Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us for Inside Baseball, Baseball Collections as Data. This morning, we're going to hear a lot about a week of rapid prototyping, designing, collaboration, a little bit of scrambling, maybe a dash of magic as well. First, I'd like to introduce you to our Director of Digital Strategy at the Library of Congress, Kate Zward. Kate's going to share a little bit more about the work that's happening here at the library, and we are delighted to have her here with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Megan. I'm thrilled to be here to open today's events. I'm Kate Zward, the Library of Congress's Director of Digital Strategy. And on behalf of the Library of Congress, LC Labs, the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and JSTOR, I'd like to welcome everybody to the Coolidge Auditorium. We're excited to be able to share with you today a week's worth of very focused work. As you all know, Dr. Hayden has brought a new vision to the library that we be more user-centered and focused on how we can reach more people and interact with them at a deeper level. And technology, I think, is a really great enabler of that kind of work. This event highlights how we can effectively partner with our users and create prototypes that will make us more effective and efficient. We will be publishing a digital strategy for the Library of Congress in September, which will describe our plans for reaching more users with technology and enabling further access to our materials. To accomplish that work, we're going to lean on labs and their ability to try new things and test our assumptions. One of the things I love about the culture of labs is that we do things in the open, so that while we're learning, we're helping others learn. So we've learned so much from JSTOR Labs here this week. We're thrilled that they're here with us. So that's a great segue into the past week and today. It's been a lively week of looking at collections in new ways, of engaging users inside and outside of our walls, and of flash building. It's been a week of shared learning and a week of demonstrating the power of computational access to collections. We love thinking about the different ways our collections can be understood, and the power of computation brings up a lot of more opportunities. Today is going to be a really thrilling day. We've got some wonderful speakers up ahead, and we're going to get to see some fantastic data sets and prototypes, which will be useful to baseball researchers and data analysis, and hopefully can form a model for other types of collections. It's always fun to show what could be quickly put together when great minds are together. We'll be hearing from LC Labs, from the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and JSTOR. And this afternoon, I'm excited to share that we'll have Clinton Yates, Rob Ruck, and Jordan Ellenberg in a panel discussion. Okay, as the unofficial umpire here, play ball.
I'm Jamie. Okay, yay. So my name is Jamie Mears, and I work for the LC Labs team that Kate mentioned. I'm going to talk a little bit, I'm going to try to frame the day for you, which is a big task because it's a little confusing. For those of you who dropped in for the event today, the biggest point that I want you to know from the start is that we've been working since Monday around the clock to put together flash build products to help people research baseball and discover our collections. And it's kind of crazy that we did that. It's a very vulnerable exercise, and it's been really, really fun. It's required all of us to really trust each other. And so here we go. I'm going to try to help explain why we did this and why we're here. So Inside Baseball, this is a look at Inside Baseball. I wanted to kick this off with one of an item from one of the Library of Congress's baseball collections. It's a picture of an indoor baseball team in Chicago, 1897, I believe, and it's considered to be, they're considered to be the first softball team that ever existed. They seem more dapper than a lot of the other baseball pictures I've seen so far of people, maybe playing inside. I don't know, makes you age better. This is Inside Baseball to me. when I think about it, which may be scary to some people here. So Inside Baseball underneath is essentially data, and it's so much work, but it's so worth it. And so hopefully by the end of this presentation, you'll see why I love this. So this is a picture of the LC Labs team. If we were on a baseball card, you know how they used to do those like action shots for teams that were staged? This is not staged, but it's not very dynamic either. But if LC Labs had an action baseball card, this would probably be us, just kind of standing around and problem solving together around a whiteboard. I wanted to mention that our team got Abby Potter here, who you'll actually see her face quite soon, me and Megan Ferreter, who introduced the day. Not featured here is half of our team. We just expanded to 3 more people, and they've joined us because we're launching a crowdsourcing transcription and tagging application that's going to launch in the fall. So if this talk makes you interested in data at all and you want to take a hand in it, then that opportunity is going to happen quite soon. Okay, so I wanted to talk a little about our goals because they feed directly into why we did this event this week. It's difficult for me to read. So the first one is enable transformational experiences by connecting users with the library and its digital collections. So some people ask us all the time, how do you measure impact? And the way that we think about it is if you see a photograph, for example, whether it's a data set or a single item, and it transforms the way that you think about American history and culture, then we've done our job. So that was partly the impetus for the Flash build this week. And then our second big goal is to prototype ideas and build relationships with stakeholders that will realize the library's digital strategy. So you heard from Kate earlier, we're launching a digital strategy, a new digital strategy, and it's Lab's job to pilot some of those ideas in small, safe ways to see whether or not they work for the Library of Congress's environment. And then the last goal is to strengthen our community by sharing our work for transparency, feedback, and knowledge exchange. So that's what we're doing now in a very extreme sense because we're going to demo something for you live that no one has ever seen before. So another important point of this whole week is that we spent a lot of time documenting all of the exercises we went through the Flash build, all of the decisions we made around data transformation. And that's something that's a little scary to do out in the open, but we feel it's really important because we all learn from each other. So hopefully by the end of the day, there'll be a link that we're going to share through social media, et cetera, pointing you to where all our documentation is so that you can take this back to your own cultural heritage institutions or anywhere you work to think about how you can incorporate user-centered design into what you do. Okay, and labs.lsu.gov is our home. If you want to follow us, you can sign up for our listserv. But essentially, this is the main place to find information about us. And the prototype that we're going to demo is going to live here in our experiments page. Okay, so LC Labs, who are we? Where did we come from? 2 years ago, a little over 2 years ago now, we were formed and we hosted an event called Collections as Data, and we've actually done that now 2 years running. And the point of Collections as Data, if any of you went, was an all-day symposium talking about what does it mean to use data in cultural heritage institutions, to get the public to use it, what types of possibilities are there for thinking about how to interact with collections online in different ways. And the first 2 years, the symposiums were very talky, just like I'm doing now. It was a lot of experts coming together to discuss these really important issues. But what we wanted to do this year was take a spin off of Collections as Data and actually just build something. So that's kind of the, I would say that in some ways this is an unofficial third year of Collections as Data, but we're taking all the lessons we learned and actually incorporating them into the way that we work. So what do I mean by Collections as Data? This is an example here of a tutorial of how to use our API if you were investigating our baseball collections, which we have many of. So one of the things that we know is that people are aware perhaps of what an API is. It's the underlayer of information that's underneath a website. that you can make calls to, but there's some intimidation of what it means or how it could possibly be useful to someone who happens to stumble upon our lab site. So we've done a lot of work on our site on a page called LC for Robots of tutorials for you to learn how to perhaps investigate our collections through the data itself. And I encourage you to look at that if you get inspired by this event. This is another example of collections as data. This is an example of a product that was built by our Innovator in Residence. So this is a program that we started, and our current Innovator in Residence is the data artist Jer Thorpe. And the idea behind the Innovator in Residence program is to try to inspire people to think about collections and how to explore them serendipitously in innovative ways. And underlying that is data. So this example is the Library of Color that Jer built, and what you're seeing right now is an example of a visual collection where he took information from every single record from prints and photographs and essentially compared this to, took words that you could extrapolate to color and then visualize those colors into a rainbow. And this is a screenshot, but if you were to use this dropdown, for example, and look at our literature collection visualized in color, you'd essentially see blue and black, because it turns out that a lot of titles of books tend to represent darkness or the ocean or something like that. So you can actually, I think, intuitively work your way through the collections and start to extrapolate some theories around formats and titles. Plus, it's just beautiful, which is also fun and valid in its own right. This is another take on exploring the library by color. This is an experiment that exists on our experiments page that was made by Laura Rubel, who was a software development librarian residence with us at LC Labs. And what you're seeing here is one of our photograph collections extrapolated into color palettes. So each of these swatches of color represents one item. And if you were to click on it, you'd jump back to our lc.gov collection and be able to explore that item. And she did visualize the baseball card collection. So if you're curious about seeing that, I would suggest you go onto our experiment site and look at the baseball one, because it's incredibly beautiful and colorful. Okay, so I've talked a little bit about how we've kind of had people come to the library to work with us, to experiment with our collections and our data in new ways to get the public interested. This was a different angle of trying to do that. We essentially wanted a wide swath of people to create, and so we hosted a challenge called the Congressional Data Challenge. And the point of it was to get people to produce some type of application or tool with legislative data on congress.gov. And to our surprise, so we had a $5,000 first place winner and a $1,000 best high school winner. We had 17 entries. They were all pretty stellar. And these two high schoolers, Alan Gomez-Tagle and Carter Nielsen, who are going to be here next week to get an award in person, won the first place prize. So we ended up having our first and second place winners being high school students out of all 17, which was amazing, and also made us really hopeful that the future is looking bright, that there are people who are really interested in taking our collections and creating things out of them in a way that's very active, and that's definitely what we want to see. So you can look at all the other apps through challenge.gov. There's 12 that were submitted publicly. Carter and Allen's is up there, the US Treaties Explorer, but there's a bunch of other ones. So if you are interested in congressional data, I encourage you to take a look. Okay, so where we're going, what does this have to do with this week? So collections as data, essentially doing it instead of just talking about it. We were really inspired by the Baseball Americana collection because baseball has a lot of stats, there's a lot of data. It's also a topic that has a very wide reach. And so we thought it would be a way to get enthusiasts and members of the general public thinking about what we're obsessed with, which is data. So JSTOR Labs approached us, wanted to play ball with us, wanted to do something, and we thought, oh, why don't we do something around baseball collections? That's something that we could definitely do together. So we essentially are being led by JSTOR through this effort this week. They are facilitating us through the first data jam that we did as a team, through the first flash build we did as a team. But we're also competing with each other because we're both going to demo our own tools that we've been working on separately. Let's just be real, it's what's happening. And so it's been really fantastic to learn from them. This is not their first rodeo. They've done this with a bunch of other cultural heritage institutions, and it's really been fantastic. Another partner or collaborator of ours this week is the National Museum of African American History and Culture. So although they haven't been with us kind of sweating it out over keyboards for the past 4 days, they've been working with us for the past several months to essentially combine some of their baseball digital collections with the Library of Congresses. So not to give too much away, but the demo that our LC Labs team worked on this week is going to let you kind of seamlessly view National Museum of African American History and Culture baseball items with Library of Congress items. So it's really, really special. And that is what you see here. So this is an exercise in love, because when you're talking about bringing data together, it's really a negotiation of, what is valuable to you and your institution and how you show your collections. So this is, I think, one of the best resources that's going to come out of this event. This was the data jam that we did, and the whole purpose of this slide is essentially to say that there's a lot of people behind the scenes that worked on this. We had curators from our photographs and prints division, we had baseball researchers, and then of course our LC Labs team and JSTOR. It was a full house of people trying to figure out how to build things that would get researchers interested. Griff doesn't know I put this slide in. So another thing that was really wonderful about this is that the LC Labs team got to work hand in hand with Chris Adams, the software developer, and Griffin, UX designer, and we got to build this tool together, which usually doesn't happen. We kind of, work in silos and a project gets passed around, but it was awesome to see everyone's expertise play out in real time. So this is Griff drawing a very small preview of what you're gonna see later, wireframe of our application that we built. So hopefully that set the stage a little bit. I really wanted to make sure that everybody here was aware of just how much work has gone into the week leading up to what you're about to see. And for LC Labs, if you're interested in any of the experiments that I shared with you, or you want more information about the Congressional Data Challenge or other challenges that might be coming up, you can email us at ndi@loc.gov, follow us on Twitter at LC Labs, follow us on our listserv, or go to our website at labs.loc.gov. Okay, so that's it for me. So now I'm going to pass it off to a collaborator that I just mentioned, the National Museum of African American History and Culture's museum specialists Courtney Belize and Emily Huff.
Good morning. I'm Emily Huff, and this is Courtney Belize, and we're part of the digitization team at the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture. Our team catalogs the museum's objects, digitizes them, and helps make the collection information accessible and discoverable for both users inside the museum and outside the museum. And today we're going to talk to you a little bit about the objects that we featured in this data set for this project and how we cataloged them and walk through the data points together. The goal of the museum is to present American history through an African American lens, and what is more American than baseball? Although we knew the sport of baseball plays a significant role in the exhibition Sports Leveling the Playing Field, and we're familiar with some of our baseball objects, we hadn't really ever done a deep dive into our baseball-related holdings until we did this project. Once we pulled the data together and began looking at the various subjects and object types that connect with the term baseball, we were not surprised to see that America's favorite sport appears all the way through our collection, from Jim Crow segregation in Mississippi to the early days of hip-hop in New York City. Looking at the numbers, within the data set, we have baseball objects from 22 states, including the District of Columbia. 16% of our objects are from New York City, and 8% of our baseball-related objects also have stories to tell about the American South. If we compare types of objects, 8% are items of clothing, like jerseys and hats. 30% are part of the class of objects we call memorabilia and ephemera, things like tickets, programs, pennants, pinback buttons, and autographs. The most well-represented class of objects are photographs and images, making up 44% of the data set. Analyzing the subject terms connected to baseball, a remarkable 34% of our collection, baseball collection, have stories related to segregation, like this 1920s wool sweater for the Eastern Colored League. And 4% of our objects are related to musicians, such as this Texas Rangers uniform worn by Charlie Pride. Before he became one of country music's most successful artists ever, Pride was a baseball player. He was a pitcher for the Memphis Red Sox and other Negro League teams before he ever kissed an angel good morning. Pride is now part owner of the Texas Rangers, and at 84 years old, still trains with them every spring. We're able to connect baseball across various collections and subject areas because we're committed to consistent cataloging throughout our collection, using the same standards, vocabularies, and approach regardless of department. This allows us to tie together thematic threads that appear throughout the collection, things like identity, resistance, connection, and joy. Starting with baseball, we can follow the data points through the 3 pillars of history, community, and culture that form the collection.
Good morning. So we're going to start with our history collections. And since it's All-Star Week, it's only appropriate to start with a collection object that harkens back to the beginning of the All-Star Games. This pennant from about 1933 celebrates the Negro League's East-West All-Star Game. The Negro Leagues, established in 1885, gave African-American ball players who, due to racism, were not accepted to play in other major and minor leagues a chance to play professionally. The East-West All-Star Game began in 1933, the same year that the MLB All-Star Game was established. The game was generated to start as a way for the owners to generate money, essentially. But the game became so much more. It was a way to help legitimize the Negro League teams and the African-American professional baseball players. The game was the preeminent sporting event for African Americans. Celebrities like Count Basie, Ella Fitzgerald, Joe Louis would attend, and Lena Horne even threw out the first pitch of the very first All-Star Game. And though these games were celebrated, they still stood as a stark reminder that professional baseball, like many aspects of American society, was segregated. When we look at the data points, the term segregation is used to convey this very important aspect of history. The term also links us to our next object, a poster about the integration of the Detroit Tigers. This is nicely, seamlessly done. In 1947, Jackie Robinson stepped onto the field to play for the Brooklyn Dodgers and desegregated Major League Baseball. Not all teams were quick to follow. In 1958, the Detroit Tigers were the second to last team to integrate when Ozzie Virgil Sr. joined the team. Virgil was born in the Dominican Republic and was the first person of African descent to join the Tigers, and was also the first Dominican to play in MLB. On June 6, 1958, Virgil went 5 for 5 in his debut with the Tigers, and despite occurring more than 10 years after Robinson's first game, the integration of the Tigers was still met with protests from staunch segregationists, including Detroit City Council member Billy Ragel. He was also a former shortstop for the Detroit Tigers. Ragel opposed Virgil's appointment to the team vehemently. And this poster here sends a clear message to Mr. Ragel about his policies and beliefs and gives us a glimpse into race relations in the city of Detroit in 1958. As you can see, several subjects have been attributed to this object, including segregation, civil rights, and race relations. Using the term race relations, we can move to our next related object type, a magazine from 1960 featuring notable African-American athletes. As professional sports became integrated, African American athletes soon became household names. Though African American athletes became mainstream, they were still viewed as other, as evidenced by this issue of Sport magazine from 1960. The title of the issue is Sport, Special Issue, the Negro in American Sport, and it still conveys this idea that African American athletes needed to be looked at separately from their white counterparts. The term race relations was used for this object because Sports magazine was founded in 1946 and was one of the first national sports publications and serves as an example of how African American athletes' achievements were covered by mass media. The magazine features notable athletes, including Wilt Chamberlain, Willie Mays, Althea Gibson, and Jackie Robinson. From a data perspective, all of these athletes become subjects of the collection object so that this object appears when any of the aforementioned names are searched. Let us look at the data point Jackie Robinson to move along to our next data set. Our next set of objects focus around NMHC's collection theme of community. Using the subject term Jackie Robinson, in a search of our internal databases, brings up a variety of objects, including a ring, magazines, and photographs. The collection objects span different aspects of Jackie Robinson's career, not only as a baseball player, but as a family man and an activist who impacted both baseball and African American communities. For instance, let's take a look at this photograph from 1954 of Jackie Robinson and Harry Owens. Here, Robinson is out of uniform, receiving a lifetime membership award to the Irene Kaufman Settlement House in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, for his charity work. The photograph was taken by a community photographer named Charles Teeny Harris. Harris had a connection to baseball, actually, because he helped found and was a player for the Crawford Colored Giants, who later became the Pittsburgh Crawfords. So there's another little baseball connection in there. But Harris was known as One Shot, not in a reference to his baseball career, but in reference to his photography. His photography mainly focused on the Hill District, which is a African-American community in Pittsburgh, and his more than 80,000 images provide one of the most complete documentations of a minority community in the United States. When cataloging this photograph, it's important that the data not only leads researchers to Jackie Robinson, but also to Teeny Harris, the notable community photographer. Using another data point from this object, the date, 1954, it will lead us to another photograph taken by another community photographer, Ernest C. Withers. Around 1954, Ernest C. Withers took this portrait of Connie Morgan. Withers, a well-known photojournalist, documented African American communities in the segregated South for 60 years. Morgan was the third woman to play professional baseball in the Negro Leagues. She joined the Indianapolis Clowns in 1954 as a second baseman and replaced the first woman who joined the leagues, Toni Stone. Though many saw having women join the teams as a gimmick to increase sales after the integration with MLB, many journalists who covered the Negro Leagues often wrote about the women's skill and talent as players. For example, an article covering the Clowns game on May 29th, 1954, featured in the Afro-American, noted, quote, Morgan electrified over 6,000 fans when she went far to her right to make a sensational stop, flipped the shortstop Bill Holder, and started a lightning double play against the Birmingham Barons, end quote. Morgan's great double play excited this large community of fans. And what we find that's so prevalent throughout our museum's baseball collections is this tie to community. This time, let us turn to the object type portraits to see how this portrait of Connie Morgan can link us to another object reflecting community within the museum's collections.
The object type portraits brings us to the collection of the photographer, the Reverend Henry C. Anderson. Anderson was the local portrait photographer in Greenville, Mississippi from 1947 through the 1970s. Nearly every member of the Black community of Greenville had their portrait taken by Reverend Anderson at one point or another. Anderson documented all aspects of Greenville family and community life during Jim Crow segregation, including new babies, birthdays, weddings, anniversaries, graduations, church groups, community clubs, and of course, the Little League teams, like this one here. So we've just seen how our subject terms can take us through several community photographers. But if we use the classification media arts photography, where all of our photographs and images are grouped under, we can expand and find the iJammy collection of hip hop photography, where perhaps surprisingly, we also find baseball. This leads us to the culture section of our objects. In this photograph of KRS-One, taken by Al Pereira in 1991, the rapper sports the iconic pinstripes of the New York Yankees. KRS-One is an influential MC from the South Bronx. He started his career as part of the duo Boogie Down Productions before going solo after the shooting death of his partner, DJ Scott LaRock. And being from the South Bronx, KRS-One's affinity for Yankees gear signifies his ties to the birthplace of hip-hop. Using athletic wear and baseball teams in particular in this way is a common style for hip-hop stars like KRS-One. And if we follow the term hip-hop, we'll see another example. This is perhaps the supreme example of the intersections of baseball, music, and fashion, the iconic baseball cap. I learned recently, yesterday, that baseball historians credit Tom Selleck with popularizing the off-the-field baseball cap trend in the 1970s. But I think we can all agree that hip-hop is largely responsible for the longevity of the trend. This purple Atlanta Braves cap from the rapper Big Boi, who is one half of the group Outkast, was made by the preeminent manufacturer of baseball caps, New Era Cap Company, which has been making caps since 1920. This particular hat was a limited release in 2013 in conjunction with Big Boi's solo album, Vicious Lies and Dangerous Rumors. In early June 2013, fans who attended a CD signing by Big Boi at the New Era store in Atlanta also received this limited edition hat inspired by the album. Big Boi and Outkast is known as the group that brought Southern hip-hop into the mainstream, and Big Boi is seldom seen without his signature Braves hat to rep his hometown of Atlanta. This hat has the sub-classification clothing fashion, but if we follow the main class clothing or the subject term clothing and dress, we end up back in the traditional world of baseball with this Cardinals jersey that was game-worn by Curt Flood in 1966. Flood was an all-star player, and as center fielder for the St. Louis Cardinals, he won Gold Glove 7 consecutive seasons from 1963 to 1969. And during Flood's 11 seasons on the team, the Cards won 3 pennants and earned 2 World Series rings. When Flood refused to accept a trade away from the Cardinals in 1969, his challenge to the reserve clause helped usher in the free agency system, which was transformative for the culture of baseball. Flood wrote a letter to the baseball commissioner reading, "After 12 years in the major leagues, I do not feel I am a piece of property to be bought and sold irrespective of my wishes. I believe that any system which produces that result violates my basic rights as a citizen and is inconsistent with the laws of the United States and of the several states." Flood's subsequent lawsuit against Major League Baseball was unsuccessfully argued in front of the Supreme Court in 1972, which sided with the league. But it eventually led to the end of the reserve system a few years later. 26 years later, with the Curt Flood Act of 1998, Congress declared Major League Baseball subject to antitrust laws like any other corporation. Flood is also responsible for the 10-5 rule, which is also known as the Curt Flood rule, which states that when a player has played for a team for 5 straight years and played in the major league for a total of 10 years, they have to give the club their consent to be traded. Although Flood's legacy is larger than the time he spent playing with the Cardinals, we can use the team name to follow to our final object, Minnie Roundtree's radio. Minnie Roundtree was a die-hard Cardinals fan living in the rural community of Lyle Station in Gibson County, Indiana. Her husband, Herman, bought her this radio so that she could listen to the games and keep up with her favorite team. And this story of Minnie and her radio is a favorite of mine because she reminds me of my own grandmother, who at 94 years old never misses a Cardinals game.
Well, thanks for taking the little journey through our collections, and it's just a small sample of the collections that we shared for the event with LOC. But as this graphic shows, by following a variety of data points, we've been able to share and explore this group of baseball-related collections from the Negro Leagues to hip-hop. We were able to connect each object based on a set of terms, classifications, and cataloging fields. However, we could have utilized a totally different set of terms and data points to come up with a totally different set of objects. That's the exciting part about our collaboration with LOC and JSTOR and the FlashBuild team, who've taken a deep dive into our data. What is important is that the data is consistent and clean, and so that way people can utilize it in ways that we can't even imagine. On behalf of Emily and myself, we would like to thank our NMHC digitization team, the catalogers who painstakingly make sure our records are accurate and consistent, the curators who review all of our records, Doug Remley, Laura Coyle, Elaine Nichols, and Damian Thomas, sports curator, for their support on this project, the team at Library of Congress, especially Julia Hickey, who cleaned the data and pulled together the crosswalk, and the team at JSTOR, and again, the FlashBuild team who worked all this week and participated in this great event. Thank you for having us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right. Thanks so much to the NMOC team. Next we have Alex Humphreys from JSTOR Labs, who's gonna come up and share about what their wonderful team is and what they've been up to, and you'll see the first demo, hopefully.
I don't get to see the presentation, or I do from a very strange vantage point. Hi, everybody. I'm Alex Humphreys. I'm the director of JSTOR Labs, and I want to start just by thanking the Library of Congress for being such amazing hosts and going on this very quick adventure with us. A week, a lot of things happen in a week, and they have been so supportive and eager, and at every step along the way just wanted to jump in with both feet and do. And we find in our team that learning by doing is just the best possible way, and we'll share as we go some of the things that we've learned. First, a little bit of context, just for those of you who aren't familiar with JSTOR or the JSTOR Labs team. JSTOR is a part of a nonprofit called Ithaca, which helps the academic community embrace digital transformation. We have a number of different brands within it, dealing with digital preservation, with art and strategy and research. JSTOR is a digital archive of academic literature primarily. So it's got 10 million articles and tens of thousands of academic books spanning centuries of the scholarly record. So these are the academic journals that if you're a scholar or writing your dissertation, you're doing that research. And you do that often these days online with tools like JSTOR. It's especially prominent in the humanities and social sciences, and it has a number of, it's multidisciplinary. So if you are anywhere within those fields, you'll often dip into JSTOR. There we go. The JSTOR Labs team is a relatively small team within that organization. There's 5, 6, 7 of us. And our job is to build experimental tools and to sort of show the future of what research can look like. We do it, and the best way to see that is through some examples, which I'll walk you through in just a second. We approach all of these projects collaboratively. Wherever possible, we work with partners like the Library of Congress here. And we do so openly. So we share all the work that we develop. We share the code if we can, the content wherever copyright allows, and make that as open as possible. And we also do it as quickly as possible, all the way down to doing things in 1 week. So I think it'll be helpful just to get a feel for that, to see a few of the things that we've done in the past. These are a little bit more polished than what you'll see at the end, but they'll give you a feel for what we've done. So if we can jump to the browser, that would be wonderful. There we go. Okay, so the first project was, we did this just across the street at the Folger Shakespeare Library, developed it maybe about a couple years ago. This is Understanding Shakespeare. So if you're studying Shakespeare, what this allows you to do, it has all of the plays of Shakespeare, and I'd go ahead and click on any one. It has all of the plays of Shakespeare and all of their texts. And what we were trying to do was find a new way for those people who were studying and writing about Shakespeare to research that work. So you'll see this is the text of Hamlet. The Folger library has these amazing digital editions of Shakespeare, which are openly available. When we approach these projects, they're not sort of transactional, they're very open and collaborative, and I describe them often as play dates. You have your toys and I have my toys, and let's go play in that sandbox. And their toys were these digital editions of Shakespeare. So if you see the play on the left, and that's from Folger, and in the middle there are all those numbers. If you click on one of those numbers, each one of those is the number of articles in JSTOR that quote that specific line. And we have that for every line of every play of Shakespeare. And then if you hover over any of those, any of the thumbnails, you can see how it quotes that article, quotes that particular line. And if you're a student, it can help you interpret it. If you're a scholar, you can see how that line has been interpreted through the ages. And if you've got a digital humanities bent, we have an API for this so that you can build visualizations on how Shakespeare has been studied and quoted through 2 centuries of academic literature. So this was we released a couple years ago. This is the kind of tool that we build. This has had a really great response. It's now being included in syllabi. Teachers often tell us that this is a really great way for students to first dive into academic literature, which can be really daunting and hard with keyword search, and it can be, they're used to Google and going to the library, and this is a very easy way to get into that. We're now, just to tease something, we're currently working on an expansion of this called Understanding Great Works, which we hope to go live later this summer, which will be this same functionality, but for more than Shakespeare. It will include the King James Bible, as well as a selection of British literature that we're working on with the Studies in English Literature Journal. So we're really excited about that, and if you're interested, follow JSTOR Labs, follow me on Twitter, and we'll let you know, or JSTOR. So that's one tool. We built the core of this functionality in a previous Labs week, and then we've spent a lot of time making it look prettier and be a little bit more perfect and adding the rest of the plays. So let's jump to another example of something that we've done, Text Analyzer. As I said, academic research can be daunting and challenging, and in various ways. And Text Analyzer we envisioned as a different way of doing research to overcome some of the hurdles. So Text Analyzer, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, academic research is often done through either citation mining, meaning you follow a bibliography one to the next, or by keyword search, like you would do in Google, but in an academic database or in something called Google Scholar. But those keywords and all of that can be challenging to a new student. And if you're doing the citation mining, you can get stuck in a particular, in a silo. So what Text Analyzer does is it changes that by, instead of searching through with words, you search with a document. So if you've either found an article that is already perfect and about what you're writing about, or if you've written the first draft of your paper, you can upload it. So if we can drag the sample document over, you just drag and drop it over, and what it does is it reads the document, and it figures out what the document is about. And it does that not just by looking at the words, but the implied words. It uses a technology called natural language processing and topic models to figure out the implied words in addition to the explicitly mentioned ones. It calls attention to those, tells you what it found, suggests another selection of them in case there's some that are really important to you, and then gives you articles in JSTOR, articles and book chapters in JSTOR that are about the same materials. You can then, adjust the, we call it the equalizer at the top, which is a metaphor that probably nobody gets anymore. You can add new terms, and then when you find the articles you want, you can download this. This actually just won an award a couple weeks ago, which we're really proud of. And this is available right on the JSTOR site. And all these tools that we build are openly available. The access to the JSTOR scholarship is that will often come through your institution, but if you're not a member of a university or a library, much of that content is available for free, some of it with registration, some of it is pure open access. Okay, that was the other example of something we've done before. Let's get to the fun stuff of what we've actually did this week. So if we can go back to the PowerPoint. Great. We showed you that. All right. So first of all, we knew that we wanted to build a tool about baseball. And what I'll do is I'll walk you through the process, sort of the story of this project. It's the story that we've been leading the Library of Congress team through this week and sort of enjoying that process with them. I will say every time we do this, it's different. We're learning all the time and trying new experiments. This is the first time we've done a sort of the parallel play of two teams working evidently in competition. I thought it was like the All-Star game where it didn't matter, and it turns out it's like the All-Star game where it totally matters. But it's okay, we're good. We're up with that. We're up for the battle. So let me walk you through this process. This process, we talk about it, I should say, as something that happens all in 1 week. It's true. A lot of work goes on in that week, but you can't, you run a marathon all in one, for me, 5-hour period, but there's a lot of work to prepare for these weeks. So I don't want to minimize all of that preparatory work. That's really important and it helps us to run fast these weeks. So I'll walk through that process a little bit, and then we'll show you what we came out with at the other end. Okay. So I mentioned earlier when describing the Folger Understanding Shakespeare project that we treat these projects kind of like play dates, and we just decide what is the sandbox. When we talked to the Library of Congress team, they suggested organizing this around the Baseball Americana exhibit because baseball had so much interest generally. It was multidisciplinary. And there could be a lot of interest in multidisciplinary in a way that aligns well with JSTOR's collection. So focusing on baseball seemed really exciting, and I will say personally, I'm such a baseball nerd. I'm so happy that we could do this. There was no way we were not doing this as soon as that was suggested. This has been so much fun, especially to meet some of my favorite baseball writers through this process. So we knew we wanted to work with baseball, but what exactly were we going to do with baseball? We wanted a little bit more definition. And because the Library of Congress team had their content and JSTOR had our content, and they're not exactly the same, they're quite different. And then when you bring in the Smithsonian, the National Museum of African American History and Culture, their content, we were really interested in finding ways to bring all of that content together to tell a story and really make it sing. And so we were interested in trying to do that using linked open data, which I won't get into the technology of because I'd probably mess that up. But linked open data is also called the smart web. It's more than just links, but it knows about the information. And we've been working through that with Wikidata, a part of the Wikimedia, to enable that. So I'll show you a little bit about what comes from that. So the idea here was multiple corpora, multiple collections of content, and using linked open data to connect them. And that's what we wanted to find a way to do. I'll tell you a little bit about the content in JSTOR and how we went about collecting that data. We'll probably publish some blogs or something that get into this in more detail. But just so you have the context for that, we started with by selecting a set of content in JSTOR that is about baseball. We did that using a topic model similar to what powers text analyzer that you saw. So it looked at all of the words within every article to find out the likelihood that an article is about baseball, even if the word is not used. And we've ended up coming up with about 25,000 articles through the centuries of content in JSTOR, articles and chapters that were about baseball. We then used some, again, natural language processing to pull out the people and places and organizations from those articles, so that we could connect it into the other collections. We then used Wikidata to limit those people, places, and organizations to those related to baseball. Not all of the people in every article was a baseball person, and we wanted to keep it focused on really do a deep dive on baseball. And that allowed us to create what's called a knowledge graph. And then we were able to plug into that knowledge graph the material from Library of Congress and Smithsonian, and also some material, some additional data that's in Wikidata. And that's as geeky as we'll get, at least that kind of geeky. There's so many kinds of geeky that we embrace. But so that's the preparation on the technology side, but that's not all that we do in preparation for these weeks. If we're building a tool for baseball researchers, people studying baseball, we have some theories about what might be helpful. We know how people research generally, but we don't know the exact issues facing baseball researchers. And so we solve that problem by talking to them. We did, I think, 7 interviews with baseball researchers of all sorts. I talked to my favorite sports journalist in the world. We talked to Joe Posnanski, he's awesome. We talked to historians of baseball, cultural studies people. We talked to students and scholars, and in doing that, we tried to understand what are their challenges, what are the things that they have to overcome that's specific to baseball. We had to understand their goals and their practices so that we could help them achieve their goals a little faster or overcome one of the hurdles. And so some examples, and this, I should say, this Joe Perlman is not a real person. This is the embodiment of those 7. We sort of chewed them up, wrapped them up, and put them into one personification. And it's Joe, who's a fine guy. So for example, everybody we talked to that taught the baseball history-related classes said that on the first day of class, they had to overcome the fact and tell their students that this class is not about last night's game. It's not about how Bryce Harper is really stinking this year. It's about looking at America and the story of America, race relations and labor relations and capitalism and all of these wonderful stories and hopes and dreams, but it's looking at the story of America through baseball. And the walkthrough that we just got of the National Museum of African American History and Culture was really such a great embodiment of that story. It was really wonderful. And all of these people that we talked to got as excited about those stories and wanting to be able to tell them either through their books or their lectures, and we wanted to find ways to make it even easier for them to do so. So that was the work we did over the past couple months, leading up to Monday, when we all came down here, and the first thing we did on Monday was, I think Jamie had a picture of this as well, was lead a design jam. And these are called a few different things, sometimes called design jams. I've called them idea jams, design studios sometimes. They're various ways. It's a structured brainstorming technique. There's a few different steps that you go through. And the first one is the one you see here on these Post-it notes that Jessica, who's awesome, and in the back, is ably leading. An empathy map is a way to highlight and bring together all of that research on users and baseball researches that we've done, sort of brainstorming what are their big goals, what are the tasks that they need to try to achieve, what are the hurdles, because those can spark ideas for what we can do to make, to help them. From there, this design jam was a couple hours. It was a quick brainstorming session. We did something called an 8x8. Which are what you see here. You see pages and pages of pieces of paper with 8 squares, and everybody in the room worked silently, had 8 minutes to draw 8 different ideas. They then presented their ideas to the entire room, and we did it again, sharing those ideas. And it's a really wonderful way to very quickly come up with lots of ideas, and these were all based on and responding to the empathy map. They build on it, helping each one would help a user achieve their goals or overcome a hurdle. And some of the ideas aren't fully formed. None of them are fully formed. Some of them are more fully formed, but they help each other, and it's a very generative approach to brainstorming. We then ended the design jam by dot voting. Everybody had 3 dots, could choose the things that were most exciting, and that gave us a heat map of the ideas that were most exciting. From there, so we ended that with 5 or 6 general ideas that we were excited to explore, but we needed to have a way to choose between those. And one of the hallmarks and one of the important parts of these labs weeks is it's focused effort, but it's iterative effort even within the week. It's not just 1 week of work. We've had baseball researchers coming in 2 pretty much every day this week, and at each step we'd be showing baseball researchers our works in progress, where we are so far, and using their feedback to help us make decisions. So at this point, we created a set of paper prototypes, and you saw a picture in Jamie's presentation of Griff doing this on the LC team. Paper prototypes of different ways that we could go about using linked open data to help baseball researchers do this. There's a map, there was a Chrome filter that gave us a baseball lens when you're reading about anything. And then there's this idea called cultural history baseball cards. And that's the one that we ended up running with. So then the rest of the week, so by Tuesday we knew what we wanted to build. It might have even been Monday afternoon. So then it was about rapidly refining and turning that idea into a thing that actually exists in the world. So I'll show you quickly what that evolution looked like, and then we'll get to the actual site. So this was the design jam sketch. You can see it's pretty unclear what it is. It's very sketchy. There's a little bit of a flow there. And sometimes with these, you'll have multiple sketches all talking about the same idea, and we'll bring those together. That turned into the paper prototype, which turned into the first design mock-up, which we'd show on screen to users to get feelings for whether they thought the idea could be useful, where they were confused, what made sense. At this point, people were getting confused between baseball cards and like they thought this was a collection of baseball cards. They weren't seeing the links to the materials, and there were all sorts of other problems too. But that's why we do the research, and that makes it kind of fun and exciting. This is a further refinement of the design. And so now you can see on the baseball card for Jackie Robinson, the cultural history baseball card, on a baseball card, if you're familiar with them, there's often there's the stats, their batting average, their ERA, year by year on the lower, on the back of the card. But on the cultural history baseball cards, you can get that stuff, those baseball stats at baseballreference.com or any other wonderful place. Instead, we have stats about their cultural history. So these are links to and stats about the scholarly articles about Jackie Robinson, the number of photos or videos or objects that are available in the different collections. So that's Library of Congress and Smithsonian Wikidata. And so it sort of gives a snapshot of how much information we have, and then you can dive into it. So with that, I think we should switch over to Chrome and see where it is, see what it looks like. This is there we go. Quick, caveat, this is a week of work. So what you're gonna see is definitely a work in progress. There'll be parts that look great. There'll be some parts that are a little bit buggy still. You get to do that when it's only a week. We're trying to focus enough to give an idea of what this actually is. So what we have is the Cultural History Baseball Cards, brought to you by the JSTOR Labs team. And the idea is that you can pick a player or historical figure, see their cultural history card, and then browse through the primary and secondary resources about them. These are organized right now by the number of articles in JSTOR about each of these. And what's fun about this, and if you even show the next 25 or whatever, first of all, it's not just players. You have Branch Rickey, you have Bill James, you have Marvin Miller, this is not just the players of baseball, this is the history of baseball sort of told here, which is really exciting. We envision, before we go live, that we'll have more than just the number of articles on this homepage. It'll include the number of videos and images that we have as well. Then when you click through to an individual file, who do we have? Hammer and Hank. We have their baseball card. That has the data of the number of articles and images and videos if we have them, physical objects. We're sort of still working on the classifications and how we map those to the libraries and Smithsonian's classifications. So those are at the top. And then you can browse through. If you're looking at articles, you can see all of the articles right there. Click through them to get access to them on JSTOR. Or if you want to look at the images, it brings together the different images from all the sources. You can browse through those images and then get access to those images where they're available, the high-resolution image perhaps that's on the museum site or the library site. And then there are some printed materials here as well. And I just encourage, there's a lot of exploring that you can do, all organized around people. When we talked to the researchers, and one of the things that led to this was a lot of them did want people. They were interested in how to connect the different, the materials related to each person. They would say that, I know I'm doing research I'm telling this particular story, and I don't know if this archive, is available at the Hall of Fame, is it available here? So if I could have a way to connect those and bring those together, it could be valuable. They also described that when they first start their research, they start with the secondary literature. So that would be the scholarly articles in JSTOR. And then they do a deep dive into the contextual material. But that depends. For students, they may benefit from seeing the pictures that help bring the history to life and tell some of the stories like we heard just in the presentation from the National Museum of African American History and Culture. I think that's enough demo. We could keep clicking around, but let's go back to the presentation so we can get to questions. One thing I should say is that I see this right now, and the team sees this right now as probably a little bit more of a proof of concept than full-fledged, research tool ready for heavy lifting. This is more of an idea and an evocation of that idea to help people understand what it could look like. But there's still work to do. I get to click. So there's still work to do. So what we'll do, just so you know, is over the coming week or two, we'll fix some of the things that you might have seen, the alignment issues, the bugs that we deftly managed to avoid in demoing it. And then we'll release it as a proof of concept. It'll be available on the labs.jstor site. You can follow me on Twitter. I'll announce it. And we'll encourage everybody to explore it and use it. And I'll probably give some presentations about it at conferences and such, just to share what we've learned along this way, along this journey. We do see some opportunity for further development. And the first one is, I think for this to be a really valuable tool, the amount of collections and data that's included in it needs to be more robust. JSTOR is great. The collections at the Library of Congress and the National Museum of African American History and Culture, that's some really wonderful material, but it feels still a little bit, I think there's even more that we can do by bringing in, for example, the Digital Public Library of America or some other materials and beefing that up. So that would be work that we would love to explore sometime in the future. We also would love to explore some crowdsourced improvement. The knowledge graph that we have is, there are going to be errors in it. That's the nature of what it looks like to bring this material together, photographs miscategorized or things like that. So we'd love to have an opportunity for people to help improve that, especially in a field like baseball where there's so many citizen experts who can help us do that. And then the last area for opportunity, and again, we'll see when we can explore these, is expanding the concept beyond baseball. I mean, they are baseball cards, but we could call them trading cards. But the idea of using people as an exploratory tool to multiple collections is really exciting. This is sort of a front end to some of the work that's working in linked open data and Wikidata. And you could imagine this same kind of exploratory tool for personages of the Civil War or famous writers or anything like that. And so we'd be interested in exploring any of those. So before we get to questions, I want to thank you for being here and Library of Congress again. I also, and perhaps most importantly, I want to thank the JSTOR Labs team. So if you're on the JSTOR Labs team, stand up. We have Jared and Shubham and Jessica and Matt and Ron, and Beth is sitting down. She was sort of a double agent this week. They're amazing, and I am so deeply privileged to be able to work with these guys who can pull this together. My main job this week was to buy coffee, and I knocked it out of the park. All right, thanks. Are there any questions? Yes. Oh, or comments. There's a microphone.
Yes, hi, my name is Hollis Gentry, and I'm a genealogy specialist with NAMOC, the African American History Museum. I'm also an employee with Smithsonian Libraries, and a longtime dedicated researcher here of JSTOR, and I love JSTOR. So yesterday, after registering for this, I went online to play with your text, the drop and drag.
Oh, yeah?
And I have one word for it. It is absolutely awesome. Oh. For someone who's done a considerable amount of research and trying to find related data on just anything, any given subject, because I do reference, work.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
Oh, that's so
wonderful to hear. I just typed in, for example, we have a transcription project where we're digitizing records of federal government records, millions of documents.
Yeah.
And I just typed in one sentence, I created a document, and all I said was, the Freedmen's Bureau was founded on such and such a date, Washington, D.C., and it generated thousands of hits for me.
Yeah.
So all I want to say is keep up with whatever you're doing.
Oh, well, thank you.
And in terms of trying to figure out ways to apply this, you want to touch with universities, like you're doing already with the scholars, but there are different nuances to that research that I think you're going to find as you reach out to the universities and the different subject areas. But again, all I can say is it was awesome.
Definitely.
I didn't have to have any training on how to learn how to do it. I'm talking about I looked at it, I said, let me play with it. In less than 10 minutes, it generated all of that material. So that is
I hope somebody wrote that down to get you quotes on this, because dang. Oh, that's a wonderful testimonial. Thanks so much. Any other questions or comments? And we'll be around over break and later. Over there? There's a microphone coming down to you. Orioles fan.
Hi, I'm Jordan Ellenberg. I'll be on a panel later this afternoon. I'm curious just because I'm sort of naive about sort of how this information is controlled and what access is had to what. I mean, if for your cultural baseball cards, you wanted to, let's say, for each player, I want to see every time that player was quoted in the newspaper, like every single thing they said. I mean, those archives exist. What are the barriers to somebody like you being able to just build that in so I see the complete journalistic record of that player?
The barriers to that access have to do with access. I mean, there's a lot of the in copyright material for the, when we were talking to the researchers showing them this, one of the first things they said was exactly what you said, like, oh my gosh, I want to see, how newspapers talked about Roberto Clemente when he was just on the team, and they were, he was forced to be called Bob, and just the language was terrible, and I don't want to see that, and I want to show it to my students and to help them understand the context for it. The biggest challenge to that has to do with access and copyright, which are reasonable things. The way to overcome that is through partnerships with people who have, people like maybe ProQuest or others who have the aggregations of newspapers, and then we can create pathways through there. It's a bigger challenge to do that than with the open material that we have with the Library of Congress. So we often, when we're doing these weeks, focus on the open material because it's easy to experiment really rapidly and not worry so much about that. And then once we prove the value of this is a really nifty way of doing research, then approaching those copyright holders or people who have access to those databases. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, awesome, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, well, thank you very much, and I want to see what the Library of Congress did, because it's a competition.
Hello. All right. So I have a lot of, we're going to start with the starting lineup. So this is our team here on your left. The every team strength is in its lineup, and this is ours. We have Megan Ferreter, who did a lot of the planning for the overall event and did a lot of coordination on our team. Jamie Mears, who you met earlier, who was also very important. Myself, Abby Potter. We're all part of the Library of Congress Labs team. We worked with folks from the Office of the Chief Information Officer, Chris Adams and Griff Friedman, and visiting archivist Julia Hickey, who we'll hear more from in a minute about what she actually did with our baseball data. And we had a lot of great help from our summer class of interns, who are also around here. You'll see them, Eileen Jakeway, Yasira Sweetas, Aaron DeLotte, and Courtney Johnson. We were also coached by the JSTOR Labs, Beth Duffert, and she helped us really clearly define our goals and move us along over the week. So this was a great team. And we started there, but actually we started before then, during our warm-up, which is our data prep, and I'm going to let Julia talk about that.
Thanks, Abby. Good morning, everyone. First, I just want to say my thanks to everyone I've gotten to collaborate on this project. Again, I don't work with LC directly. I'm employed by another federal agency, and so this has been an incredible project for me to work on. And if you ever get the opportunity to work with LC Labs, it's amazing, so please take that in consideration. So what this slightly less scary diagram here, or chart, is than what Jamie showed before is what I've come to call the metadata crosswalk. And so this is, in other terms, a metadata map. And you'll see in the first column to your farthest side over here, this is the authoritative reference for the map. So this is the MARC data and that the library has related to their digital collections from general topic of baseball. And to the next column over, you'll find the JSON export. So this is actually, as I think Jamie mentioned through the tutorial, you can learn how to do a JSON API call and acquire LC digital metadata. And we used that, we plotted that back onto the MARC data and moved forward. And significance here is that when we turn to look at the National African American and History and Cultures collection and their metadata, we had to bring it all together. And so holding the JSON data and mapping it into the museum's data was the significant point and where we get to provide this data set out to you. And one of the unifying factors was the next column over from there, and this is the Dublin Core. It's a very common, simplistic metadata schema, and this united the data in common field names, such as what you see in the final column and what will be presented in the final data set. Some significant factors here to look at would include the museum's attributes field. You'll see that in the, it's about third from the top, or fourth from the top, excuse me. And you can follow that through, and you'll see that's mapped in a number of different fields. And so this is just some of the intellectual work you have to go through when looking at metadata to explore where it needs to go into the right fields for proper use, for proper querying, and certainly for unification. And bringing two different unique cultural heritage institutions together, there's difficulties, but it's also kind of exciting challenges to see that LC's collection can very easily talk through and with and form this incredible dialogue related to baseball and all of the subject matter you saw the museum present and what you get to explore in our visualization as well. So with that, I'll turn it back over to Abby. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia. It seems less scary when you say it like that. Okay, so we started off the week visiting our the Baseball Americana exhibit, and we did that to get us loose and ready to play. We were, the docents led us through, and they told us what the main themes of the exhibit are, which are creating and building community and paralleling American history. So this, when we were sort of walking through the exhibit, it led us to ask sort of questions about what we could do during this week. We wanted to know what else our visitors might want to see besides this exhibit, as an extension of this exhibit. We wanted to know what other stories our collections could tell, and what different possibilities of presentation we could use, because there's only so much we can see in the exhibit. So in order to generate sort of the ideas, Alex really did a nice overview of what this design session was all about. We had some really interesting ideas come out of them that I think we'd like to pursue later, including sort of different phone apps and Snapchat filters and, you know, just sort of fun things that we think could bring our collections closer to the people who want to use them. And this led us really to think about audiences. So we saw all the work that JSTOR did, interviewing the potential users of our tools, and we saw how careful they did those interviews and got really useful feedback that, and you know, that created the persona. And when we were watching that work, we thought, well, I think with our collections, with our exhibit, with our focus, we have sort of a different user in mind who's more of a lifelong learner or a teacher who's trying to teach people about community or history and just baseball fans in general. So those are the users that we have in mind. Following JSTOR's lead, we sort of jumped right into user interviews, and we quickly created these mock-ups of how we could display our collections. One in a timeline, we used Timeline.js, and one on a map, we used ArcGIS. And these are just tools that were sort of quickly available to us that we wanted to you know, try out, see what would work, and what people would respond to. And we did get some useful feedback on the concept of displaying things in a timeline or or map, but we thought that maybe we should sort of go back and sort of kind of mirror what JSTOR should have done and start with a wireframe and get sort of more information about besides, because there's a lot of, when you're working with a tool that exists, there's limitations there, and what we learned is we should have started from square one and not sort of skip steps. So we use this for the remaining of our user interviews, and we got a lot of useful feedback on this drawing. We heard that something like this could be used in a classroom, especially the timeline aspect when teaching teaching a subject chronologically. We heard that adding data sets to our baseball collections data, like a census data or income data, would help tell the story of how use baseball to tell the stories like the Great Migration or other sort of big historical movements that sort of take up the whole country. We also learned that it would be meaningful to sort of plainly show what the gaps in our collections are, what we don't have, and sort of is there a way that we can see that clearly? And we also learned that there's users that have a lot of knowledge about what we at our institutions have, but knowledge that we don't have about our collections, so they're interested in contributing to and adding their knowledge to the things that we do. This rapid prototyping also is iterative, and like I said, we shared this with 5 users, and with their comments in mind, it sort of helps us work through challenges. So this is, I don't know if you can see this clearly, but this is our subjects that we were dealing with. So we had 19 columns of subjects when we brought all of our collections together. And this is really difficult to show to a user. If you can see, the biggest sort of subject is baseball card. The second biggest is color. And is that useful? Is that so when we think of our users, it helps us sort of work through some of these decisions of how we might present data about the subject of the items to users. So I'm gonna pass it over to either of you to talk about so this is a next prototype, sort of after the paper prototype. This is what Chris made. Do you want to talk through some? This is just.
So basically, we had several stages here. The first was getting all of Julia's hard work pulled out of the CSV files, which are one of our data sets, and then geocoding them so we could put them on a map. So that was the early part of the project. We didn't have a whole lot to show because it was basically, here's some data, here's a different file that contains the same data in a different shape. And then we started actually being able to do stuff like put things on a map. So this slide shows, I think this was Wednesday? Yeah, Tuesday was data wrangling. Wednesday we got this. And then, can we go to the next slide? Oh yeah, so this is a good thing. So we actually had 3 deliverables. So we had the raw data set for people who are comfortable working with CSV files directly. We then pulled it into a new experimental tool called the Dataset, which is basically just a SQLite database with a web interface, which is kind of nice because we can take that data, you can write any query you want, you can just browse through and see what it is. So for people who want to be able to really do advanced filtering or that, but don't want to write their own code to do it, this is a nice little intermediate step where you can go into a web browser, you can look on things, you can tweak it a little bit, you hit some basic plots, and pull out the data. And then the last slide here is basically getting into the tool we built, which was intended to be sort of the general overview to the collection. So I guess if we wanted to, we could go to the Chrome browser at this point and actually show the live version here. But basically the idea here is this gives you a way to view all of the items in the data set on a map, having the ability to do search, so you can click on any one of those pins and you can see the items that are in that location. You can click on an item and pull up the information about that and just scroll down, it'll pass the picture and it'll show the metadata, the description. One of the goals that we didn't fit into the Sprint Week was actually linking all those things so that when you see something tagged with a particular subject, you could then see everything else in the collection with that subject. And then the last thing here, we can just close this, click anywhere on the map because we want to reset the selection to the whole list, and then you can drag that timeline slider up at the top. Either of the ends can be adjusted, and you can just drag that over and it adjusts the whole thing. And you can drag the slider itself, so if you wanted to, you could pick like a 5-year period and then just scrub that forward or backward and see how the data set changes over time. That'll also work nicely if you mention if you put anything in the text field. So if you're interested in a certain team or league or place that's mentioned in there, you can filter all of these together. And so we were thinking, this is the this is the basic overview of the data. Somebody who's getting here first, they can get an idea of what's in here. They can follow specific items back to the source institution, or up in the toolbar there, we also have the links right now to the data set, and at some point there will actually be the link to the explanatory document that says, here's how you download this, here's what you can do with it, here's the rights, the known limitations. And I really think this was a nice way to just illustrate how quickly we can give somebody an overview for what's in the data so that they can confirm that it even answers the question they have in the first place, and maybe inspire some questions about why we have so many pins in a relatively obscure place on the map, or whether there might have been some confusion in what you were searching for matches somebody you hadn't heard of. It really is a good way just to narrow that down interactively before you've invested any time loading it into your favorite data analysis tools.
Yeah, sure. So one other thing we wanted to focus on was the idea of bringing in even more data. So we're already aggregating data from our collection here at the library and the National Museum of African American History and Cultures collection. So over on the right side, you'll see a mix of items there. And that helps contextualize these items. You can look at them in location and time and really understand them. But as a researcher, there may be other information that you want to overlay on top that helps you understand those even more. So up on the top right of the map, there's a control there where you can actually turn on and off other layers. And we've got 2 example layers. The first one shows stadiums, so if you could check that one on. That layer is actually from data we found online. So someone publicly made available GeoJSON data that shows all of the current stadiums in the US. So it was very easy to take that and overlay it on the map. So that was demonstrating you might find a data set in a standard format and bring it in yourself, and now you can make more sense of the data. The other thing we did is we wanted to see how hard it would be for us to make our own data set. So thanks to hard work on the team, if you turn on the second one, we built a data set that has team locations. So this can sort of aggregate with that other data. It gives you a sense of where teams are today and where they were. And you can start to look at how the items correspond with those team locations. So this is just a sort of hint of what you could overlay on here. It uses a standard format, so the idea is you could bring in your own data very easily and add it to our collection and our data.
Great. Whoops. All right, we can go back to the presentation. I think we're just about, yeah. So that link, that short link there, that is where the current tool is now. We're also going to be linking that with on our experiments page on Labs. So, and we'll continue to work on it. So what's next? We do want to finish building this, and we do want users to come use it and give us feedback and add different layers. So we want to give some instructions on how to do that and sort of more space. And we do, similarly to JSTOR, we are really interested in different sort of crowdsourcing aspects of how this kind of presentation of data could work. We're interested in adding different organizations, different types of data to our set. And continuing to sort of learn more. One of the big sort of goals of this week was just to sort of have this week. So we're done now, so that was a complete success. And but we really want to sort of model this same type of process with other groups inside the Library of Congress, other groups outside the Library of Congress. So we're really happy with how everything went. We're really excited to do more of this kind of thing and share our collections in different and more ways, like we've just showed you, and like JSTOR just showed you. So with that, that is our demonstration, and we can take any questions that you have. And I should also say, I'm sure the NMAC folks would also take questions if you have questions for them. We have a question, 2 questions. Here, we'll go, stop the line first.
Could I see the raw data that was?
Yeah, if we can go back to the demo and back to the browser, and then there's a raw data link at the top.
I think you opened it. It's like the next tab.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so this is the SQL database that you created and work on.
And the nice thing is
Here.
if you click on items, you'll see the raw item records, but the other records, and so you can see there's one issue we didn't have to deal with, time to deal with this week, which is normalizing multi-value columns. We have an answer for that, it's just not ready yet. But basically, at the top there's a SQL query builder there, so if you wanted to, you could filter things and just do arbitrary expressions for how to group or coalesce things. So like one simple example, we use this when we were just looking at the data, is we have data coming in from a number of sources, and depending on what you might want to use as the title for an item, the answer can vary depending on where it came from and what metadata it had. And in the SQL query, we could just say, pick the first of these that isn't empty, and pull that in. And that makes it easier to give somebody a link that shows them things and not have to explain, oh, well, for items like that, go look over in this column, otherwise look, you know, we can just cut that out. You've done that work once, you don't have to think about it again. If we go back and click on either the geography or location columns, these are also specific things that were present in the data set. And so one of the nice things, we were able to geocode them, and then the viewer that we're, go back one more screen here to the main list of all the tables. And click on either location or geography there. This allows you to view those directly. It also just puts them all on the map for you. So this is a great way. We were able to do the data QA while the main viewer was being worked on, because somebody else can go look at that list and say, do we really have an item from this location? Or confirm that the thing we got out of the subject list for Salisbury was that Salisbury, Maryland was what it geocoded to, but it should have been North Carolina. And those are the kind of issues that you have for any data set like this, where we're trying to link a non-precise entity to a real value. And that was great, being able just to let somebody else do that independently. And this is, I think, kind of a nice example, because you could also explore this. You could click on any entry in that subject table and it will show you which items it's linked to. So if you wanted to do some sort of filtered query or just browsing around that we didn't anticipate, that's there as a safety mechanism before you get to the point of, well, now you have to load the data and query, build your own tool to query it.
Great, thanks. One more question? Is on a scale from first base to home run, how fun was this?
If this is all I was working on this week, definitely a home run. I'd say a triple. It was really great. I work for OCIO here at the library, so I don't get to work with the labs team all the time, but it was really wonderful working with a really enthusiastic group of people. Having Chris on the team, everybody just worked really well together, and that certainly makes it more enjoyable. It was also really fun to go from having nothing to having a functional tool, and having that tool validated by users, listening to them say how useful it would be, how they'd use it in their classroom, how they'd find things they didn't think they'd be able to find, and all that kind of stuff. So it was definitely a great week.
Thanks.
Okay, all right, yeah.
I'm just wondering if you have a data visualization of the number of baseball puns used throughout the week?
We have a running list. Yeah, I think our Courtney, who's been leading our communications, has utilized almost all of them, I think. But that is, yeah, that's a sub-goal of the week, is to just all baseball idioms all the time. All right, any other questions? All right, if there's no more questions, then we will break for lunch, and then we are back here at 1:15. We will have a great panel discussion with some baseball experts, scholars, and fans, and we hope that you all come back and ask your questions. So we'll see you at 1:15. Hello, and welcome back to our Inside Baseball event. For this afternoon, we'll have a great panel discussion moderated by our very own Megan Ferreter, who is a Senior Innovation Specialist here with the Library of Congress Labs. She's also a sports scholar, and we'll be using that knowledge to grill our guests, not grill them, but have a conversation about baseball and how it has influenced and reflected our history and culture. I'm going to announce the panelists, and they're all going to come out here. But I want to let you know that this is being live streamed, and the video will be archived at the Library of Congress, so you will be able to watch this again and again and again if you want. So first, the panelist, Jordan Ellenberg, is a mathematician and author, and he uses math to uncover the hidden patterns that guide our daily lives. He's a professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and his book, How Not to Be Wrong, The Power of Mathematical Thinking, is a New York Times bestseller and one of Bill Gates' 10 favorite books. We also have Clinton Yates. He is a radio host, commentator, and columnist for ESPN's The Undefeated, and a Washington Post alumnus. A DC native, Yates's work examines the intersections between pop culture, politics, race, and athletics in contemporary American life. And then finally, we have Rob Ruck. He is a sports historian and professor at the University of Pittsburgh, whose research traces the dynamics of race in Major League Baseball. He's recognized as an authority in the history of the Negro Leagues and Latinos in baseball. Ruck's recent publications include the 2011 book Raceball. So we'll get started with our panel, first by welcoming them out.
I think it only matters so we're not so close to each other that we can't hear each other afterwards. Well, thanks so much, everyone, for being here. Thanks for those of you who've tuned back into the live stream, or if you were here earlier. JSTOR Labs team, I already have some feedback on things that would be extremely helpful for sports journalists and performing research using cultural history baseball cards. And if you're just turning into the live stream again, you may have missed this morning. We had some sessions where we were describing a week-long process of exploring collections from the Library of Congress, the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and articles in JSTOR and the JSTOR databases, which gave us some starting points of conversation. But the whole reason that we wanted to do this and connect with you all is that we have a Baseball Americana exhibit here at the library. It opened only about 2 weeks ago. We're hearing a lot of really interesting things, and we started our week with a tour of that. We're going to end our week with another tour of that space. And we heard from the docents that some of the themes that they are emphasizing and the stories that they're telling are around convening community and paralleling America's history. So I wonder if, Jordan, you wanna lead us? I'm gonna step up to the plate first here. Okay. And don't worry, we'll talk about some language and baseball idiom as well. What are your thoughts around the ways that baseball brings people together?
Well, yeah, I guess it's like batting practice, right? I'm like coming first to the plate before we,
So, and it was also a little bit of a softball pitch.
Yeah. Well, at least for me, what I think is one of the things that's so interesting about the community of let's say, fandom around a baseball team, well, that's not the only kind of community around baseball. There's communities of players, there's communities of people who work in baseball, et cetera, et cetera. But when I think about the community of fandom, which is the community that I'm a part of, I think it's interesting sort of like how chosen of a community it is, right? I mean, many of the communities that we're part of, we are born into. You know, we don't choose our family, we don't choose our history. We do on some level choose our team that we root for, and yet our commitment to that, I think for most of us, emotionally, I think it feels, is it okay to say this? Like just as deep as our commitment to our historical communities that we're part of. And I think that can be like a really good learning exercise to think about, like, boy, what does community mean if I feel it so strongly at the same time as I chose it myself, I could have chosen something else. In some sense, it's arbitrary, as I think Jerry Seinfeld said, you're rooting for laundry. Yes, but it matters.
Yeah. Clinton, Jordan's speaking a little bit to passion, and you do a lot of communicating with people in various media spaces, on radio and TV and social media spaces, and I think social media is a place where interesting communities convene to bring forward some discussion. Would you share some maybe things that you've seen recently in those spaces that you think is either new or interesting about communities?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's forgotten about baseball is, you can talk about the history, you can talk about the math, but in the sport itself, the communal context of how it exists, everybody has to watch two people do one thing, and that is a very interesting relationship in terms of how it forces you to understand the concept of team and the concept of performance and the concept of a failure in the communal sense. And I think that's a large part about why people attract themselves, why baseball is attractive to them, and why it explains about how you have to communicate. There's an umpire, there's a manager, everybody on the bench wears a uniform. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a very different communication in terms of the basic fundamentals of the game that I think apply to how people relate to it. So the laundry, in one way, is very important in a certain way, because you're not wearing helmets, you know what I mean? You're not wearing shorts, you're wearing pants and a shirt that button and a belt, you know what I mean? Like, it is very much about a sort of very normalized process that I think brings a lot of people together. When you talk about social media and how different people come toward it, everybody is allowed to as a result of all those different things going on, a different part of the game, and that's very much, I think, what attracts a lot of people to baseball. Most people who like baseball probably, I say this all the time, probably don't even know how to score a game, but they enjoy the environment around it. They enjoy the sounds and sights of the game without even necessarily caring what happens. And that's a large part that baseball brings to the American sporting landscape that I think a lot of other sports have not found a way to tap into, and why ultimately it is considered America's pastime is because it doesn't change much, and people kind of like that because people enjoy that in their communities.
Speaking about numbers and people not being able to maybe create a scorecard, fill it out, even read it afterwards, know what different annotations mean. We had a lot of people who asked us questions about, as we were working on building prototypes, were we going to bring in statistical data? And we said, well, we want to tell some of these cultural stories. So Rob, I wonder if you can reflect on the types of communities that formed around baseball in Pittsburgh and some of your work that you've shared about those types of teams and people.
I'm glad you're not asking me a statistical question.
I'm here, don't worry.
Jordan's got that covered. I'm much more interested in what sport means to people than the game itself. And when you look at a place like Pittsburgh, where baseball was the sport, was the pastime for quite a while, no longer is, you see that it allowed different groups of people to feel included in a sense of community. I mean, that whole notion of baseball as the ultimate vehicle of Americanization for the children of immigrants, I think is pretty valid. Where that broke down, of course, was over questions of race. And during the half century or so that the major leagues were segregated, Black Pittsburgh created a sporting world of its own, and an amazing one, with 2 Negro League franchises, 7 of the first 11 men from the Negro Leagues elected to the Hall of Fame came from Pittsburgh, and many more ever since. But you look at that community, that Black community, which was fractured by geography, by whether they were the old Pittsburghers who had come from the northern part of the South in the 1890s, who were better off, better educated, and lighter skinned, or those who came during World War I and after from the Black Belt who were not. You saw that it created a sense of community for Black Pittsburgh, which allowed them, as the Negro Leagues formed in the 20s, and had this archipelago of franchises in these northern cities, to feel a part of Black America. And I think that had a profound impact on the ability to build cohesion and a positive sense of collective self, which lasted for quite a while.
Thank you very much for sharing more about that. During lunch today, we talked a little bit about, Clinton let us out on this one, describing the ways that professionalization of major league sports may make the sport less enjoyable. So I wonder if you can, because it's predictable, I should say, not less enjoyable. Predictable in the sense of it's routine, there's less variety, there's less excitement over what might happen. And so I wonder if you, Clinton, if you'd like to respond and maybe lead on your thoughts on this, some of the ways that amateur sport or collegiate sport and how baseball formed in those communities or in those spaces tell us different kinds of stories in professional sport.
Yeah, I think that's actually a large part of why the sort of regionalization of baseball has led to the sport at the highest level not being as popular as other leagues, is that Major League Baseball acts like they're the only form of baseball that exists, when in reality, you look at somebody like me, I grew up playing baseball. I played in RBI here in DC. I can name you within a couple relay throws, 10 fields I've played on in the city. And that is what baseball is to me. People tell me all the time, they're like, oh my God, how do you watch college baseball? I can't deal with the metal bats. And I'm like, well, you must not have played a lot of baseball growing up. I don't know anybody who's playing wood bat leagues, you know what I'm saying, when you're a kid. That's not real. So what are you talking about? And so what I'm saying, the reason I bring that up is because it's important to understand that what you're referring to in terms of the Negro Leagues and how that sense of community came together was about more than just achievement at the top. People played because they liked playing baseball, and that's what's cool about it. You go to a high school game, people show up because the kids are there to play. They don't plan to go to college. They're not trying to necessarily make the pros. They enjoy spitting seeds and talking trash with their friends, and they enjoy hitting the ball and picking it up and putting it down. And so if your only sort of understanding of what the game is exists from just the top level down, you're really selling yourself short on a lot of what the community of baseball is. That's why I go to so many minor league games. It's why I liked coaching baseball, because you're involved with it on a community level that is more than just about the achievement, the contracts, the trophies, and the TV time. And that ultimately, to me, is what gives back a lot more than any nonsense I see on television. It's knowing the people I know from the game and what I was given as a human in terms of understanding what it took to, make it work. And that's still something that sticks with me.
I mean, if I can jump in on that.
Of course.
Right, so that is one thing, because I spoke to it to the start from this kind of top-down point of view, but it's very true that, if you're a fan of your favorite sitcom or something, you're not going to set up 4 TV cameras with your friends and make your own sitcom at home, right? There's the only way you're going to experience it is through the professional version.
Turn on YouTube, man.
No, it's probably more now than before, but as you say with baseball and with respect to regionalization, I grew up in Maryland, and hardly anybody I knew played Little League. Now I live in Wisconsin, and what I've learned is, my son plays, and I go there and there's parents there whose kids are not even in the game. People in Wisconsin they'll just drive down to the Little League field because one of your neighbor's kids is going to be there, and you're going to see people
right.
or something like that. So I think it is really different in different parts of the country, and there you see this extremely organic kind of fandom. Well, I shouldn't even call it a fandom, but an organic involvement with baseball and if you think college baseball is unpredictable, watch the 12-year-olds. That's a different story entirely.
Tell me about it, man.
I'm thinking of 2 different lines of thought, so I'm going to put them together in the same space, which is I've heard a little bit of mention here about some of the artifacts or objects of baseball, some of the things that are metal bat versus a wooden bat, the uniform that you wear, what you're representing. And in some of our work at the library, we're looking at these collection items. We're thinking a lot about the data, but there's also the representation of those items as an image. What does that show us? And I wonder, Rob, if you can share or reflect on how some of spaces of baseball or items or objects of baseball are changing and how that connects to the types of the forms of baseball that we see played today or as other people have played in the past.
Most of the work I've done on baseball has been in the Caribbean or in black communities, looking at baseball pretty much before integration. There are virtually no artifacts. What you have are memories. If you're lucky, you find photos. The amount of footage is scant. I think, the last 25 years or so as baseball has become overcapitalized, there's increasing stuff. But in some ways, to me, it has less meaning. It's noise. The same way I feel when I go to a major league ball game, which is why I don't feel it's as enjoyable as a minor league or a Caribbean or a Little League game, because you can't even hear the person next to you talk. You feel overwhelmed by it. So I'm probably not the one to answer your question.
No, I think that's a way to connect to spaces that may be disappearing or still in place. Go ahead, Clinton.
I was there recently, and I wanted to point it out. My mother, who's in the crowd, she's from Kansas City, Missouri, and in Kansas City, the Negro League Baseball Museum is there. Bob Kendrick is the president of that facility, and what it does is, to your point about things being scant, that is very true. There's not a ton, but there is a lot of it there, and what it does that's interesting, and this is not necessarily correlated, I just thought to bring it up. You realize that what it chronicles is as much the history of America as it is the history of anything necessarily baseball related, and that's sort of what, speaking to your point about how sports affects people, one of the first women owners in sports was in the Negro Leagues. One of the first times where they played in those outside the US communities first, be it the Caribbean, being Japan, being wherever, and it is scant, but it is not non-existent, and I think that's why collections and things of this ilk are important, because everything at some point becomes scant because you can't keep everything, you know what I mean? But there are collections that do these jobs to keep around what people could, and it's really fascinating to look at, at this stage.
And to reinforce that, I mean, there's a reason why Buck O'Neil was the star of Ken Burns' work on baseball, and I think a much more important figure than Shelby Foote in the Civil War. And Buck's memories and stories and reflections steal the show.
Yeah.
But it underscores how much your point is that questions of baseball are questions of American history, and perhaps no more so than when it comes to race.
First of all, just second the recommendation of the incredible Negro Leagues Museum in Kansas City, which is I think one of the best history museums in America that I've been to. And then it's also to say, I think what you say is very right, and I think, so I teach math, that's what I do for a living, and I find that one way I tell stories about math as a teacher is to tell stories about baseball, because baseball touches math, through statistics. And in the same way, I think, you teach history, Rob, and I think because baseball touches so many things, as teachers, one of the ways we can teach whatever subject it is, whether it's history, whether it's sociology, whether it's African American studies, whether it's math, we can teach those through the lens of baseball because baseball touches them all. It's not just the story of American history, but it is a story of American history. It's a story of all those things put together. And you can meet, I mean, I meet a lot of kids who don't think they care about math, but they know they care about baseball. They know they care about arguing about which player is better than another. You may, a kid who's a little kid today, you say, did you know there was a time when a black man couldn't go to Woolworths? I'll be like, what's Woolworths? Right there. But if you say, not everybody could play Major League Baseball, I think that's as meaningful, and kids feel it as keenly today.
It's a huge discussion in the sports writing world, because I happen to be of the opinion that anybody who played before integration, I'm sorry, you're throwing your records out. As a matter of course, they're not the same.
And they don't call it the white leagues,
that's
right? Nobody
and
calls it the white leagues.
And that's a huge point of contention because a lot of the most famous players in people's minds ever played long before integration, and so it touches on a lot of different.
But I think the math people get that, by the way.
Right.
If you talk to the mathiest people who study baseball statistics, I think they understand that there's a discount that you have to impose, and you can't avoid that.
Right.
Yeah, and a disconnect. We've encountered this week in trying to bring forms of data that don't match each other, the terms, the pieces of words that we use, the subjects we give things, as professional organizations that categorize information, how there may be a disconnect between the kinds of stories we're talking about, the oral histories, the discussion, the ways that people talk about baseball or life in general, which includes recounting being at a game or being with someone, meeting someone at a game, knowing where you were when kinds of conversations. So I wonder if any of you want to share anything about the ways you think memory can be connected to talking about baseball, or where you may have recently found something that was surprising when someone did try to describe something to you about baseball.
I'll start. I don't know if this is answers your question or not, but I was just thinking I was talking to a very elderly cousin of mine who unfortunately just died about a year ago, Marilyn Sachs, who was a children's book writer. But one thing, when I talked to her a couple years ago, she was pretty old and her memory was not completely there, but she was telling me a story I never knew, which is that how she met her husband in the 40s in New York was that they were both communists, and they were on a door-to-door drive, knocking on doors, getting a petition signed for the Dodgers to bring Jackie Robinson up in the minor leagues. And that was their first date, was going around Brooklyn, knocking on doors, trying to find other communists to sign this petition to get Jackie Robinson up to the majors.
There are so many intersections there.
And that's what she
don't even know which one to go with.
Played in in Montreal.
And they were Jews. You can put that into
Yeah, there you go.
I do a thing on social media. I score every game I go to, basically, and it's for that exact reason. Is that while I'm doing it, it provides a memory of the game. I can share it with other people. People can understand that there's more to it than just sort of looking at it, you know. And I think that that's not oddly, but that is, I think, where baseball sort of scores, pardon the pun, over a lot of other sports, is that there's a memory element, at least for me, that's very different than a lot of other sports. I remember, you know, the way I remember baseball games is by the notation, and there's not necessarily an apples-to-apples comparison for different other sports, you know, and that's why I do it, is because it's there, it's available. I was pissed this year when the Nats, by the way, like, didn't allow their scorecard. You know, they stopped giving away scorecards. And I'm like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? I was like, how are you, like, you're instantly deleting half of the reason why people are going is to remember the fact that they were there, you know, and if you've got to, like, pay it, so that is a huge part of baseball in a way that I think is very different from a lot of other sports.
I think that connects a little bit also to some of the things we mentioned, just briefly passing by before, ways that some of our collections actually surface exclusions, what's not there, different types of artifacts that might represent types of activities related to baseball, people, even roles. We see a lot of players or baseball cards that represent players. We have some managers' papers, we have oral histories, but we don't necessarily have all the stories where people are reflecting specifically on their experiences of baseball. In your respective fields, I have to get a plug-in about this, we have resources that may be useful to you. If you are going to be looking for different types of research or be performing research or wanted to connect with the Library of Congress and its collections, what might be types of objects and or collection items you would be interested in? Putting them on the spot.
You know, when I started doing research, it was going through microfilmed newspapers, putting a dime in every time I wanted to make a copy. No laptops, no word processing. And I kind of get angry when I see how easy it is to look at things. The flip side of that, though,
we're trying to make it way
is
too
that
easy.
when I'm listening to all the stuff you have brought together, I mean, I feel if there was a subject I was interested in, I'd be overwhelmed by the amount of material and information. And it would seem to me the next step is not just to make all that universe of material possible, but figure out how to filter and prioritize so that I can tell my grad students to do it and have high expectations.
This week, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think what would be most valuable to me, and I think about this as somebody that does a lot of television at this point, would be able to, if you could categorize how you see things, like if I said, I want to see every homer that happened on July 17th, 1988, you know what I mean? Like around the league or whatever, like those kind of specificities for visual, even audio, even if I could listen to them, you know, radio calls or whatever, like that to me would be cool because you could, for whatever reason, the way my brain categorizes things, like this day in history kind of stuff really speaks to me, you know, and that to me would be a very valuable resource to know, like, you know, what was happening on this day in the world, never mind in a ballpark, and can I look at them all in the same space and sort of compare them and go from there as to how I looked at the rest of the globe, you know, that to me would be really cool.
And that's what I love about images of old newspapers, right? Because you read the story about the baseball game, and next to it, you know, there's like a story about like strike breakers and police, or there's a story about like what's happening in Asia or like whatever, and you sort of see like, okay, not just what happened on the baseball field, but the people who were experiencing that in the time, what else was on their mind, you know what I mean? It puts it in context.
Well, I promised we would talk about baseball idiom and language. So let's talk a little bit about the ways that baseball is integrated unexpectedly into American vernacular. As someone, Clinton, as someone who's a sports journalist, you probably encounter this all the time and have to find ways to not use sporting analogy all of the time.
This is a tough one for me, right? Because I'm also a massive baseball fan that talks in baseball lingo just as a matter of course. So I don't, that's hard. I just realized I did that earlier when I said it's a couple relay throws. That's like a distance of space that I use in my mind. And so I'm going to listen on this one.
Well, if we think about maybe let's think about, rather than direct language, like metaphors of baseball, and whether or not baseball, we can understand we're arguing in our exhibit that you can understand American history through baseball, or you can see direct metaphor for particular points in time, or the ways that people organize themselves. Do you have any reflections on that, Jordan?
I mean, I want to say that in some sense we're like the exact wrong people to answer this question, because like we're immersed and we hear those words and that language is alive for us, so we know what's being referred to. And what I suspect is that for a lot of Americans in 2018, they will say 3 strikes, but they may not even know that that refers to, or maybe, I mean, what I would compare it to is the way I feel. Think about how much of our language is governed by nautical metaphors. And you know, you say like somebody's 3 sheets to the wind, like I don't know what the hell that means. Like I feel like the sheet was probably something that was like attached to the boat, and then there was like wind. I mean,
maybe a mast was involved. Right.
Yeah, like there's no way that doesn't have something to do with a boat. But like that's, you know, that's fossilized language to me. That's gone. And maybe if there's like any sailors in the audience, they can like tell me what it means. But I think, to be honest, I think for a lot of Americans today, a lot of that baseball language is probably like that. They're sort of like dimly aware it has something to do with baseball. But they can't really put a reference to it, and yet they know what sort of that word means in English vernacular, and you should ask them. That's
Yeah, I want to.
Not to mention, let's not just be real about the incarceration policies in this country involving 3 strikes and you're out. Like that's as real as it gets. You know what I mean? In terms of putting people behind bars, vis-a-vis the concept of like a baseball metaphor making sense as to why you should be in prison for the rest of your life is kind of crazy on a lot of levels.
I would think of 3 strikes as like, oh yeah, that's a good reference.
Yeah, I would
like
freaking hate baseball if I was in jail for 3, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like, because that's, you know, but whatever, that's sort of a different discussion. But yeah, I mean, that's, to me, that's drilling down as far as you can go for taking away people's freedoms based on the notion of what happens when you're in a batter's box as determined by an umpire based on a pitcher and a catcher and whether or not you swing. Like, that's crazy.
Picking up on a little bit of a thread that you had there, Jordan, of you not being the right people to ask. I disagree. I think you're the perfect people to ask these kinds of questions. But I also wonder if you can, kind of related to what you both are talking about of being taking baseball out of its context, and there's, this could be a slightly controversial view, or it could be something you think is true, this idea of a decline of baseball as America's pastime, or that should it still be America's pastime?
I don't think there is a national pastime anymore. I mean, I think that sporting interests are fractionalized. Clearly, the NFL is the most successful economic sporting league in U.S. sporting history. Even that could be at some sort of existential crossroads for a number of reasons. You know, I look at my students, and I've been teaching the history of sport since the late 70s at the University of Pittsburgh. And it was easy to discuss baseball and to have that common shared knowledge. And I think Jordan's point is right on the money. They don't have the language anymore. They don't have the memory. I can talk about Bill Mazeroski and Clemente, and a lot of them, you know, they'd rather I'm talking about Lionel Messi. I mean, I think we're past that point where we have one collective sporting experience that is defined by a single sport.
I'll tell you this, though, and this is something that I don't know that I know that a lot of Americans take for granted. If you go to another country and you throw something to somebody, they will likely take it as an assumption that you were throwing it at them and not to them. And that is a very interesting thing about how, well, I mean, just, I'm saying though, like, you get my point, you know what I mean? Is that like, that on a very interesting base level, whether or not they care about Big League Baseball or whatever, the simplest part of the game is something that is integrated into our society, where yo, hey, catch this. It's not gonna freak you out that, you know, you're probably gonna want to catch it and you're probably gonna be able to send it back without much of an issue. And that's why I think baseball will not change as the pastime. It will simply exist in a different part of our brains as a sporting level, but what the actions are very much ingrained in who we are in the society. You know, throwing and catching is pretty standard American operation, you know.
That's a perfect segue into a question about whether or not, or do you view baseball as an international sport? And I think there's maybe certain places in the world that we think of as connected to the United States through baseball in a professionalized way, but you may also have other reflections that you want to share about amateur or community sport.
I mean, I think it's both. I mean, I think baseball, more than it ever has been, is a world sport, but it's also a world sport whose home is the United States. I mean, I don't think there's any contradiction there, that the US is kind of the temple, and I think it's still true that like the greatest world players, their ambition is to not play in Korea, like not play in Taiwan, like not play in Mexico, but to play in the United States. I kind of, yeah, and I kind of like about it that it's a different mix, right? It's not like, I mean, the NBA has become a world sport too, but it's like a different mix of countries. Baseball has this kind of like, you know, a sort of a Pacific orientation, right? Where it's like,
I wish. I mean, if I'm being honest, like that's going to be the death of Major League Baseball, is being concerned about being too American. I mean, that's really what it is. You look at the culture of the game. You watch the World Baseball Classic, where different nations field different squads. You know, you've seen this, you know, with your scholarship on the Caribbean and so forth. It's a totally different concept of what the game even is. You know what I mean? And so, from an entertainment standpoint, never mind a participation standpoint, it has to be global in order for it to survive. And that's sort of the large mistake I think that the big leagues is making, is that they're trying to make it very much this sort of puritanical nonsense that's boring. And you know, you go to so many different places, and it's more fun. It's a different thing, and it has to be global in order for it to be, I think, real for a lot of people.
But that's interesting. When you watch World Baseball Classic, do you feel like you watch teams from different countries and they're not playing in the same style as American players?
1,000%. Oh yeah, like that. I mean, we could break this down on a strategy level. We could break this down on a style level. You could break it down on a communication level. You know what I mean? Just the way people talk, the way that people run bases, the way that people, I don't know, the aggressiveness with which, you know, the strategy with which they use the game. It is very different in different places across the globe, for sure.
I mean, Clinton wrote a great piece about this in The Undefeated, about the kind of stultifying conformity of like, the kind of, this is how it's done and it's not done this other way.
Yeah.
I'm 100% in agreement with Clinton on this. But it's interesting, I wouldn't say, I mean, I've never noticed that the players who break those rules, I feel like, are like less likely to be American trained.
Okay, I'll give you a great example of this. Clint Hurdle is the manager of the Pirates. Clint Hurdle was a #1 pick in the draft. Clint Hurdle hit like 40 bombs in his 10-year career, and Clint Hurdle has been managing in the big leagues for God knows how long. Clint Hurdle is not a good manager. Javi Baez is probably one of the most exciting players in all of baseball. Javi Baez hit a bomb against the Pirates and, you know, hammed it a little, and Clint Hurdle went off about how this is not how you do this and this is not how you do that. And I'm like, yo, Clint Hurdle was a bum compared to Javi Baez. You know what I'm saying? And like that alone, and he didn't appreciate the fact that he was celebrating something he had done well. I mean, that right there showed me exactly all you needed to know. A random white guy who was not a very good player felt the need to scold, you know, a young Latino player who was showing too much emotion for what he felt was appropriate to the game. And that, to me, is a massive problem with baseball, just as a matter of course, in general. You know what I'm saying? Come on, you know what I mean? Like, we're here to have fun. We're not here to talk about unwritten rules.
I'll let you slide on Hurdle, but just
I
don't diss Mike Tomlin.
Fair.
But getting back to your question, the major leagues have always seen themselves as the temple of the game, and they've always wanted to dominate. But frankly, MLB was never the only game of baseball. And 100 years ago, the best white and black players went down to the Caribbean and played winter ball. During the summer, players from the Caribbean came and played either major or Negro League ball, depending on whether they passed for white. The demarcation point is integration. And in the years after that, particularly with the expansion of different media and the ability to broadcast, the games in the islands and in Mexico have been increasingly sucked into MLB's commercial orbit. And that's what I think is deadly. I agree with you totally about the style. I mean, a Cuban game, a Dominican game, a Nicaraguan game differ from MLB. But what's even more fun is the style in the stands, where it's just not piped in music all the time, or, you know, pierogi races. It's just real action, and it's a far more exciting experience.
That might connect back to this idea of community and experiencing a game. You mentioned, we've heard this a couple different times in the conversation. We've talked about coming together in a Sandlot style and how people share information or connect with one another, or the way they anticipate or plan their runs to the bathroom or next snacks because they know what's coming up ahead, or they want to get on the camera if they're in a professional sporting space. So what are some of the ways that you think baseball might provide? Jordan, I'll maybe ask you to speak to this. Baseball as an experience provides opportunity for people to come together or learn something new about the place that they are.
Well, I think I'm supposed to talk into this now. Is that the implication? Okay. I mean, I'm going to say something like very simple about it, because I think there's this very primal thing where in your life, it's actually pretty rare that you're among like a large group of people whose attention is focused in the exact same place on the exact same thing. That's an uncommon experience.
All of us here today, right
All
now.
of us, right? All of us who are not on our phones, right, are having that experience. No, I mean, okay, maybe this is a little bit embarrassing of a story myself, but I took my kids to the Eclipse last summer. Like, we drove down to Missouri and went to the Eclipse. And I did, standing there in this big field with like all these people, like all kind of looking up and seeing the sun slip away. I was like, oh yeah, like this is like baseball. Like everybody here, like this big, huge crowd, all looking up at this like round thing in the sky, right? Like all in the same place. But the point is that is not an experience we get very much. So I don't know if that experience, if it's meaningful without actually meaning any particular thing, right? It's like meaningful in this like very primal way that I think it feeds some kind of desire for mass experience that we rarely are offered.
I think from an experience standpoint, there's something, I'm not really sure this answers the question, just something I thought I wanted to highlight because of the sort of dichotomy of the situation, but a couple years ago when there were riots, I'm using air quotes for those of you listening on YouTube, in Baltimore, the O's played a game where they locked out the entire stadium. They didn't let anybody into the ballpark, and they played a Major League Baseball game. And I remember thinking at the time, I was at that game, and I remember thinking, because there were probably 50 people there covering the game, which is another super bizarre element of this. But I remember thinking at the time, like, yeah, we have really failed as a nation on a lot of fronts if we're legitimately playing baseball games in front of nobody for the sake, you know what I'm saying? Like, for the sake of the game continuing, but the actual experience being robbed because of some concern about something that may or may not happen outside of the ballpark. And it was eerie on a lot of levels. And to the O's credit, this year, they've instituted this thing where you can bring your kids to the ballpark for free if they're under 10, and you can sit up in the crowd because nobody's there anyway. And so that's not a knock. I mean, that's a legitimate way to get people in the ballpark. And the reason I bring that up is because it was such a stark contrast of how in the same place, different experiences can be so different and can make such a profound impact on a community. And I remember talking to people, around the ballpark on what I call the ghost game, and they were mad. They were like, who does this, And now, Camden Yards is one of the nicest ballparks in America. And to me, it was a very interesting example of the evolution of where I think it kind of needs to be. Like, yo, let people in the daggone ballpark and people will like your sport more. Like, that's pretty obvious. And to me, that's a large part of the experience. It's the biggest patch of grass that a lot of people are ever going to see in their lives in one place, and you should let people experience that.
I think the best thing about sport is when you're playing it yourself, when you're participating. The next best thing is when those who are competing are people you know and care about. We get further and further removed till we become these consumers, primarily on TV or on our phone or something, of people who live in different zip codes. And I think if you flip it historically with baseball, between World War I and World War II, there were 400 or 500 independent baseball teams in Western Pennsylvania. You had 2 Negro League teams, you had the Pirates, but the independent Sandlot and community teams drew far more people each week than the professional clubs. And a lot of the people who were playing were people who were playing into their 40s or 50s, when 40 or 50 was relatively old. And they were playing in the neighborhood where people could walk to work, walk there after work, throw some money in a passing hat, and either see people they cared about or be a part of the action. And that, to me, is when sport provides the most community. I think we've gotten several steps removed from that.
I want to pick up on something that you mentioned earlier, Clinton, and you and Jordan had a little bit of a conversation about this, about some of the greatest players playing before integration, and also the ways that, so we've got a couple of cross-cutting threads here. I have only 2 more questions. This is the second to last. So this is a question that's about what types of patterns that you've seen in history, Rob, and Clinton and Jordan, maybe thinking about the numbers, and what would you think is the most important type of statistic or form of playing baseball or pattern from players in the past that we've lost in today's game?
Math, man.
Oh, I mean, if you really mean statistic, then I think the answer is nothing. I think the statistical richness with which we understand the sport today is just like vastly greater than it was at any point in the past. So I actually think we have everything we had in the past.
So
and
the
like
numbers are
much,
consistent over time
and
if
much,
other
much
things
more.
have changed.
I mean, well, apart from the fact that, as Clinton brought up, there's like differences in playing conditions, like literally who was allowed to play and who the competition was and who was pitching to you. So that obviously is something that you have to do separately from a numerical computation. But I think, the age of statistics that sort of really gets started in like the late 70s, early 80s, like when Bill James goes big and sort of makes this a mass market thing.
Does everybody here know who Bill James is? Is like that just a random,
I'm leaving if people don't know who Bill James is. I'm just gonna walk out.
Okay.
I mean, Bill James is the guy who brought kind of modern statistical analysis of baseball. People were doing it, but Bill James was the person who was like, I can sell my books in the B. Daltons and Walden books. Maybe nobody knows what B. Daltons and Walden books are either. Okay, whatever.
Further away from the relevancy.
He was the guy who had the kind of quixotic belief that like, I can make this like a mass market thing. And now, you go to Miller Park in Milwaukee, there's like OPS and WHIP like on the scoreboard, on the big diamond vision. It's like right there for everybody to see. I did not think I would see that happen in my lifetime.
Right.
And I'm of the party, maybe it's obvious that I would be, who thinks that's an unalloyed good for baseball. I don't think that replaces our fandom with spreadsheets or number crunching. I think it just adds and doesn't subtract.
I'm really interested to hear what you think about this in terms of the way the statistical forms of baseball have sort of overtaken. I mean, between launch angles and exit velo and all this other stuff. Like, I imagine this is not very popular in your world.
Well, I stopped understanding math after Woodstock and a lot of other things.
Wow, what'd you take?
When you look at all the stats, you just don't have that for black baseball.
Right.
You don't have that for the Caribbean. You're using a ball which would have been thrown out if, was scratched or hit the ground once in the majors. These guys might have played most of a game with it. They're playing with terrible lighting on fields that are not going to give you a true hop. So the statistical stuff for that era mean little to me. That Joe DiMaggio can say Satchel Paige is the toughest pitcher he ever faced. Or when I would talk about the Negro Leagues in Western Pennsylvania and have guys who played for their coal miner team, white guys, stand up and tell me how proud they were that Josh Gibson hit a home run off them.
Right.
That resonates with me. The stuff you see in box scores from those days, it's shaky stuff.
Right. And when I watch a game now, I mean, the fun part is the stats are part of the game in the context of it is part of the notation, it's part of the record, and like I said, I keep score at games, so that's sort of different than statistics, obviously, but that's a part of the game that I'm not gonna say I don't care about because that's not true, but it is behind the action, and but that's also why it's cool, because you would never, you don't remember these things, that's what they're there for, but the most important stat to me is always the one that everybody forgets about most, which is runs scored. The player who scores the most runs on a team is typically the best player on the team. Just so you know that. Yeah.
Actually, can I kind of I want to can I follow up on that question too?
You may, of
Am I
course.
allowed to like usurp
course. Yeah,
momentarily?
go for it.
No, because I think when I think about what's different about the way that fans today experience baseball, I don't think actually the new regime of statistics makes that much difference in how, I think, as you say, what people are watching when they watch the game is does the guy cross the plate or not? Like, that's what they're watching. But what I think is truly different is to the extent that people's interaction with the business of the sport is part of their fandom. I mean, and you brought it up when you talked about how it has become more distant and more of a consumer operation. I mean, it kind of blows my mind that my son, who's 12, he loves playing baseball games on his phone, and he has one game where he's like the hitter and a little pitch comes and he sort of tries to hit the phone at the right time to make the bat hit the ball. But he has another game where he's like the GM of a baseball team, and he has like, and he thinks of both of those as baseball games on the phone. You know what I mean? And I do think that for this generation of fans, thinking, okay, like, how many compensatory draft picks am I going to get if I trade this player at this time? It's part of what they're thinking about, not just like, is that third baseman going to like be able to like get over into foul territory enough to make that play?
Yeah.
That's a little bit foreign to me. And to me, I think that's, I'm curious what you guys think about that as in terms of this next generation of fandom.
The league manager is sort of what you're referring to, and there's games that are based solely on that, you know, where you're not even playing, like video games, you know, like on actual consoles, you know, where that's all you're doing. That, I don't do that, personally. I mean, that's not a knock. That's
This
just
is
not
like the
appeal
old
to me.
man portion of the program.
Well, no, I mean,
Complain about the.
well, to be fair, I'd say the reason I don't do it because I'm not smart enough to get a handle on it. I mean, that's what it comes down to. I mean, at the end of the day, I like playing because that was the easy part. Figuring out this other nonsense was hard, you know. So that's not for me.
Okay, one last question, and I'm going to connect it back to our collections at the library. We recently digitized Branch Rickey's papers and released them so anyone could explore them. And we heard a lot of feedback publicly from people who were surprised and excited to see different kinds of information within the scouting reports and correspondence. And my question is, what is an enduring myth that you think you would like to either dispel or you recently myth-busted yourself about baseball?
That's an interesting question.
You can take your time to think about it.
Well, I think a story worth noting about Branch Rickey that may not necessarily go in the myth context, though, is that I'm not going to say that integrating baseball was not the most important thing that he did, because I don't believe that, but people don't know that Branch Rickey tried to start a third league. Like there was a National League, there was an American League, and he tried to start the Continental League. And I always think about what would have happened if that had been real. You know what I'm saying? Like if he had
That sounds
managed
like a great pilot.
if he'd managed to pull that off, like we're just some third league where the big leagues were now, you know, there was, I don't know, insert 15 more cities where there were just big league teams now that would have gotten sort of subsumed into the larger thing. I think about that all the time in terms of who he was, because it was more, like he wasn't just some dude trying to get, you know, one brother into the bigs. That wasn't what he was. He was a totally larger baseball mind in terms of so many different things from a business and a growth standpoint, and that oddly gets forgotten a lot, you know, which understandably, obviously, Jackie Robinson's importance to America and the game of baseball is huge, and Branch Rickey's involvement in that was major, but that dude was much bigger than that in terms of the specificity of the sport and trying to grow it on an expansion level in terms of squads.
Well, not to pile on Branch too much, but you know, I think whoever described him as the person who taught Machiavelli the strike zone was on the money. And you know, I thought you were going to talk about the fact he built a farm system in the 20s, which monopolized hundreds of kids for the Cardinals. You know, Branch Rickey gets a lot of credit, and I think a lot of it has been demolished for integration. He's not doing it over a social conscience question. He's doing it to monopolize talent, win championships, and improve the bottom line. And you know, to me, a more interesting proposition would be, what if they had brought in Negro League clubs in the late 40s? And the Negro League clubs, after integration, which witnessed their fan base crumble overnight, petitioned Major League Baseball, bring us in as a high minor league. MLB didn't even answer. And you could, you know, if that had happened, then you wouldn't have the Al Campanis movement in 1987, where there's no black managers, GMs, front office, or ownership. And we're a little bit better now, but not all that much.
Not by much at all.
Well, thank you so much for chatting with me exclusively. Let's open up to questions here in the room. Oh, we got one. Ready there, enthusiastic. So we have some microphones we're going to
Yes,
bring
please.
around.
Hi, Charles Martin. Thanks to Rob Ruck again for your blurb on my book, Lawyer Ball. I'd like to make a statement and a proposal regarding the stultifying conformity of baseball, the existential turning point of baseball. I suggest that they have the same, they relate to the same problem and they have the same solution, which is that baseball, thanks to the major leagues and to the Congress in whose library we're sitting, is one of the few legal economic cartels. And Mr. Yates, the Continental League would never have succeeded because baseball would have used its 1922 Supreme Court exemption from the antitrust laws to kill it. This is how economic cartels behave. They do not innovate, they kill competition. And the way to solve the existential problem of people like Rob Ruck no longer enjoying going to baseball games taking 3 hours, kids not knowing who Mazeroski and other people in history are, is competition. You introduce competition, you will save the game. The game is great, it's hard to kill, but Major League Baseball and Congress are doing their best to kill it.
Is this where we applaud?
Hi, this is Kate Sword. I was just wondering if you ever think that we'll see a woman play in a non-exhibition Major League Baseball game.
No. And I think the reason for that is because I would rather just watch women play baseball against other women than I would necessarily some, notion of egalitarianism through competing against men. I have a huge issue with that on a lot of levels, mainly just because, for example, Serena Williams is my favorite athlete of all time. And when I say that she's the greatest tennis player of all time, people are like, you mean for women, right? And I'm like, dog, that's not, first of all, no. And secondarily, that's not what that is, and I would like to see more opportunities for women to play baseball, period. And if it has to come only in the world, in the framework of doing it against a man, that's a major problem for me.
Questions relating to the exhibit upstairs. The first question is, the exhibit really focused a lot on the evolution of baseball, and I was wondering what the panel's position was on the current changes in the baseball rules, whether it be raising the mound as, 20 years ago, or introducing the DH, or even the new rules that they're trying to speed up the game by introducing different things. As a historian, or as an ESPN commentator, or as a mathematician or statistician, how does that change the game each time they introduce a new rule? Or does it change the game for the better or worse?
I mean, I'll just say this, as a mathematician, I value elegance a lot, and I think this concept of having a runner start on second base is the most cockamamie thing I've ever heard. I can't even say that whether it would make the game better or worse, it's just ugly, and I don't like ugliness, so I oppose it on that ground.
I went to a game in Nashville probably a month ago, and if you don't know this, in AAA they've got pitch clocks, and it's 30 seconds between batters, 15 seconds between pitches, 20 if there's a runner on base. And okay, whatever, conceptually do I have a big problem with this? And I realized that my only issue with it was that there's clocks on the field. And the huge cool part about baseball is that there's no daggone clocks. That's the whole point. And there's 3 or 4 clocks around, so there's this sort of constant countdown happening in your mind, which was a little bothersome. But then we played 9 innings, there were 7 runs in the game. That bad boy was over in 2 hours and 15 minutes. I was like, whoa, okay, maybe I can kind of deal with this. And so I'm not really sure, because on the surface, it's annoying, but it worked, it kept it moving. And if that's what your goal is for baseball, then sure. But my my position on this has always been that it's the nature of the game, batted balls and so forth, that what happens during the course of the game is what changes people's excitement, not just the length of time. Inserting 7 dudes between the 6th and the 9th for matchups is annoying. You know what I mean? Like that is far more aggravating than just the amount of time it takes. It's that you're constantly stopping and starting, and what you're getting as an action is not, in fact, that exciting. That to me is a larger issue, is that people don't actually like what's happening, not necessarily how long it's taking at any matter of time.
Okay, we have time, I think, for, oh, sorry, Jordan. Go ahead. Say one more question if it's quick, and maybe another one after that.
Okay, I'll try to make this quick. Do you think that the owners' preoccupation with making money in the major leagues especially has limited the availability for families, and obviously it has, to go to the game, but the importance of going to the game, having the same experience as somebody like me that grew up and is 50 years old now, would go to the game and end up behind home plate, even though I bought a ticket out in the outfield. And now if you try to go to it and do that now and have that same experience and actually hear the communication between the dugouts and the umpires and the batters and stuff, is just, you don't have the same experience when you go to the game and you go with a family of 4 to a game.
I'll say this, one thing I think modern baseball is doing right, and I'm interested to hear your takes too, is that I think the modern baseball stadium, the cheap faraway seats are really good. And that was not true when I used to go to Memorial Stadium as a kid in Baltimore. I go to Miller Park now, or I go to Camden Yards now. I like to buy an expensive seat sometimes, show off my kids, whatever, but like if I sit in the bleachers, it's still, you really feel in the game, and I think it was a way that was not as true in the older stadium. So in that one respect, I actually think they're doing more to equalize the experience. People play more and people play less.
That's an excellent point. I hadn't ever really thought of it that way, which is that the stratification between the best and the worst is not necessarily that different. You know what I mean? I hate sitting behind the plate. For me, it's a bad view, and I'm not, you're looking through a net. Like I don't actually like that seat, but I do think there's something to be said about the family experience. But then again, when I go to baseball games, like I really kind of only see families. Like I don't, I'm not really sure what the other side of that complaint is, because while yes, it is extremely expensive in the basic context of the value of $1, like I don't know who else is going to ball games. You know what I'm saying? It's not like people are just walking in off the street that much necessarily, outside of random businessman specials or whatever. Which, by the way, I still never understand. Like businessman specials, like what? Why is it called that? You know what I mean? Dudes leaving their, like, what is this? That's such an, talking about antiquated terms. That is an antiquated one. But I guess what I'm saying is that there are still a lot of families going to ballparks. And, without delving into the intense economics of why it costs so much to go to games, it's still a fun experience. And that, to me, is hard to evaluate. Like, if you don't like it, you don't like it. But if you go there, you're probably going to have a good time. And that, to me, is, I guess, effectively the most important thing overall. No? I mean, does that make sense?
I would just add that I think that the smart franchises and the smart sports are cultivating kids and building them as fans. And I've seen the Penguins do that in Pittsburgh by making a large block of tickets available at moderate prices to college students. And the success of the team has helped. But I think, for example, in the Dominican Republic, where you go to San Pedro de Macorís, and before a game, you'd see 30 or 40 kids seated on the outfield walls with poles, with nets at the end to try to snag balls. And they become lifelong fans in the process.
I think we will wrap up here. I want to thank everyone for joining us in person and also on the live stream, and especially thank Jordan, Clinton, and Rob for spending the afternoon with us.
Thank you.
If you are watching, we will be archiving the live stream and make that available to you. We encourage you to visit the, what's that? Forever on YouTube. We also encourage you to visit the exhibit if you haven't seen it yet, and I think I will pass back over to Abby to wrap us up here on this event.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. That was such a great conversation. I wish it could be hours longer, but I don't know. The Tigers. Transition year, it's fine.
Or decade. Yeah.
But this is just a very short wrap up, just to thank everybody that came. Thank everybody from the JSTOR team who's still around, who really made this week very just packed with, I want to use baseball idioms, I just can't think of them, but it was a really, really wonderful week, and I think this conversation just put a big exclamation point on it, and I just want to thank everyone for coming and tuning in, and thank you, Megan, for moderating that nice conversation.
Thank you, Megan.
And go see a baseball game, and go to the library.